Chapter 9:29. The dark red claws were like phantoms attacking from all sorts of angles and from all sorts of angles. Because he had no rationality, it was impossible to judge his moves. He could only passively endure all the attacks. No one knew what kind of method he would use to attack at the next moment, because there was no pattern to speak of. Looks like I can't communicate. Chinyu had already tried to speak a lot. He found that this Azura only had decent strength, and he could understand part of his words, but he didn't have any ability to communicate. In other words, Chinyu could only anger him further, but he couldn't get anything useful from him. There was no need for useless things to exist, although an open and above-board expert would arouse his admiration. But a monster like this who only knew how to attack and thirst for blood, he completely refused. If such a monster was left alone, he would only grow into an overlord in the future. Moreover, this was an opportunity for him to break through, so he couldn't let it go. If the news you told me isn't true, and there's nothing useful to me here, then I think I should burn you like firewood. This way, I can still use the remaining heat. The book spirit almost swore to the heavens that it had never made a mistake before, but it was a little uncertain. From its point of view, Chinyu's current situation was a mistake. How could a mystic immortal challenge a holy king-level expert? How was that possible? But in the end, it's still guaranteed. There was absolutely no problem with the results. I hope so. Facing a ghost, although its combat strength had reached the level of a holy king-level ghost. But it was much easier to deal with. As long as he could use a special method to restrain it, he could easily win. Chinyu happened to have a way to restrain ghosts. The current him could restrain all demons and monsters, whether it was ghosts or the dark realm. All of them were restrained by him. Not long after, the Azura soul fell into his hands without any resistance. However, it was still struggling unceasingly. It was looking at Chinyu with its pitch-black, colorless eyes. After such a long time, Chinyu was even able to feel that his mood was undergoing some minute changes. But he had never been someone who was led by the nose. You're still lacking if you want to shake my heart. The Azura soul wasn't just a lunatic. If one came into contact with the Shura for a long time, even the enemies they fought with would go crazy and become bloodthirsty. In the end, he might even become a terrifying existence like Azura. This was the terrifying aspect of Azuras, and also the reason why Azuras were considered taboo once they appeared. As long as one's strength was slightly weaker, not only would they be throwing their lives away, but they would also be sending themselves to their deaths. Even if he managed to return, he would turn into a madman and become the next Azura. Such a terrifying price caused everyone to feel extreme disgust, and it was even to the extent that they all avoided it. Forcefully seize the Azura's soul. It was just 6 simple words, but there were no other clues. Chinyu could only slowly fumble around on his own. He had never tried to forcibly take over a soul before. This was a literal, forceful occupation. It absolutely wasn't to directly take the Azura soul for his own use. There should be some deeper meaning behind this. It was the Book of Revelation that had led him here. It was also the Book of Revelation that allowed him to seize the Shura's soul. Now that he was confused and didn't know where to start, he naturally had to ask the Book of Revelation that had guided him to do all this. Perhaps you can try to use your own power to come into contact with it. I have a method here that you can try. Use your own soul power to come into contact with its soul power and defeat it. This was a special way to control one's own soul power. And it didn't just allow the learner to know how to control their own soul power. If one cultivated it to the extreme, they could even let their soul exist outside of their body. Even if their body was severely damaged, their soul could leave at any time, and they could even create a new body for themselves. Wasn't this the method of resurrection after death? If one learned it to the extreme, they could even be resurrected over and over again and create a new body for themselves. As long as there were enough materials, it would be enough. The book of Revelation looked ordinary, but it was actually quite something. Perhaps he could see if there were any other methods in the future. If even such an extremely rare and unpopular method existed, then it wouldn't be difficult to take out some martial arts techniques. With the assistance of this unique method, Qin, you quickly established a spiritual connection with the Shura's soul. However, just as he reacted, he was pulled into a unique spiritual space. There was nothing else here other than him and the Shura's soul. And the Shura's soul on the other side seemed to have turned into a physical body, instead of a soul that had nothing to rely on. However, this was not what caught his attention the most. It was the nameless Shura's incomparably clear eyes. Although his pupils were slightly dark red, the whites of his eyes were still there, and they were extremely distinct. It seems that your mind is still very clear. But if I'm not wrong, you can't control your every move. Otherwise, he wouldn't have acted so crazily before. And let alone speaking, even his attacks were disorderly. It wasn't full of flaws, but there was no intention to defend at all, and there was no order to it. The Shura on the other side was already very clear-headed, but his gaze towards Qin Yu was still unfriendly. The Shura was the manifestation of the world's darkest side. Even if he was clear-headed, he didn't have any goodwill towards anything in this world. Since you're already here, then don't talk so much nonsense with me. I'm not in some damned soul state here. Your methods are useless against me. Qin Yu wanted to take out the weapon that he had been using all this time, but there was no movement at all. It seemed that he could only use his bare hands here, but in the next moment, this thought was dispelled, because the Shura on the other side had already taken out an extremely powerful weapon. It was an extremely wide and thick saber. The back of the saber was at least 2 feet thick, and the tip of the saber was extremely sharp, flickering with silver light. And there were countless strange patterns on the saber. They seemed to be countless evil spirits screaming in fear. They were densely packed together, making one's scalp tingle. And on the patterns of this strange pattern, there were dark red dried traces. The threads of blood made the pattern look even more frightening, adding a demonic power to it that made people feel fear at first glance. Qin Yu's eyes lit up. This saber is not bad. How about you lend it to me? Chapter 930. Translator. Endless Fantasy. Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy. Translation. The Shura paused. Originally, this place belonged to him, and he could control everything here. However, this saber was indeed his beloved item. Previously, before he was trapped in the Azura Blood Sea, he had proudly walked the world with it. Anyone with intelligence would be incomparably terrified when they saw his beloved blade. Not a single person showed any appreciation. It was said that it was hard to find a confidant in life. Although he was the Shura, he was also incomparably lonely. I didn't expect someone to recognize it. Seeing that you can appreciate the howl, I'll lend it to you first. It seemed to be just a thought. The blade in the Shura's hand disappeared and appeared in Qin Yu's hand. Looking at it from afar, one could see how mighty and extraordinary the blade was. Now that he looked at it up close, it was even more meaningful. Although the smell of blood was extremely strong, it also carried the smell of decisive killing. Not only did it not make him feel disgusted, but he could also deeply feel how domineering this blade used to be. Just by holding this blade in his hand, it was as if the scene of countless enemies crawling under his feet appeared in front of him. It made one's heart tremble. If it was someone with a weak mind, they would have lost themselves long ago. I already understand your weakness, although your combat strength is very strong. The reason why you are invincible is because you are born with the power to evoke the darkest thoughts in everyone's hearts. Everyone who fought against you, before the outcome was decided, they had already fallen into a demonic state. Unfortunately, this is useless against me. Perhaps many experts would not be able to maintain their rationality when facing the Shura, but he definitely would not. The Shura did not expect to be seen through so quickly. This was not under his control. If he could, he wanted to fight with others in a more open and honorable manner. However, at the same time, he enjoyed the convenience of this innate ability and the joy of fighting. The Shura's life was only filled with the need to fight. Only fighting could make his blood boil and enter a state of madness. Although he had always enjoyed the convenience of this innate ability, if there was someone who could ignore all his talents, he would have a good fight with him openly. He was still looking forward to it. Good. If you can defeat me, I will willingly submit to you. But right now, you still have to pull yourself together. The dignity of an Asura cannot be trampled on. I don't think I'll lose, even if you can resist the mental corruption. Chinyu was only able to capture one key word from this. Perhaps mental pollution was also a kind of special ability. However, it seemed that if he wanted to use this ability, he would have to pay a certain price. First of all, he had to be able to withstand the mental pollution. If he wasn't careful, he might end up like Shura, a madman who had no sense of reason despite possessing great battle prowess. In this strange spiritual space, Chinyu and the Asura fought over 100 rounds. Both of them won and lost. However, no one was injured. Once he had figured out all of Asura's attacking methods, he quickly gave him the final blow and completely defeated him. At this point, Shura had basically figured out his fighting style. He was also preparing his final attack, but in the end, he was still a step too late. After more than 100 rounds, the Asura was thoroughly convinced. Although there were wins and losses between the two of them, in the end, he lost more, even if the Asura had such a great natural advantage. However, Chinyu had only suffered some losses in the first couple of bouts. After that, he quickly found a way to deal with him. He had never suffered a single loss in terms of attack again. I'm sincerely convinced of your ability. Come, as long as you erase the will I left behind, you will get a tool that only knows how to fight and completely listens to your orders. It was almost like a puppet. In fact, it was better for him to control it himself. Although he admitted defeat, he didn't want to be a puppet under someone else's control all the time. He couldn't control what he did in the first place. Now, he was only able to control his thoughts and actions in a rare situation where he was able to do so. Since this is your own choice, I won't stop you. Chinyu fulfilled his wish. In his lifetime, he was able to make a decision with his own will instead of being influenced and controlled by his instincts. Finally, a huge amount of information rushed directly into his mind. That was everything that every Asura slowly accepted since they were born, including the meaning of the Asura's existence. It also included the Asura's combat experience, and this was the combat experience passed down through countless generations. It turned out that all the energy and memories of every Asura would turn into a crystal. Along with the body, it would be sealed until a new Asura was born from it. Like an embryo and a sprout, the cycle repeated. This memory had always been passed down. Therefore, this information was really a little too huge. That nameless Asura wanted him to cease to exist forever. Even if it was in the form of memories, he was unwilling. Therefore, after he died, everything he had was given to Chinyu for nothing. It could be said that his inheritance as an Asura was broken. Chinyu received the memories of countless Asuras. He personally experienced the psychological changes in their words and actions. His entire aura also became strange and strange. It seemed to be filled with killing intent. His face also changed slightly, as if it wanted to become darker red. The dark lines slowly grew from extremely fine lines and spread to all parts. At this moment, Qin Yu's body suddenly bloomed with white light mixed with green light. All the darkness around him was swept away. His aura returned to normal. Only his tyrannical strength was rising steadily. All of this was happening in a corner with no one around. The dragon's soul soon sensed the scattered memories, as well as the arrival of countless powerful forces. One-Eyed stared with his unique big eyes. He kept running, jumping, and screaming. Too much, too much. Enough, enough. If this goes on, I'm going to explode. Qin Yu had fallen into an extremely profound realm. He turned a deaf ear to everything in the outside world. When the airwaves around him gradually subsided, the blood pool suddenly kept rolling and surging up, and the strange red color in the outside world was also gradually fading. All the blood gradually solidified after boiling for a while, finally solidifying into a fist-sized pill. This was something that every Asura wanted to obtain at all costs. It could be used to increase their strength, and it could also strengthen their soul, allowing them to gain a short period of clarity, so it was extremely precious. Chapter 931. Immortal Soul. His body seemed to possess explosive power. The previous tempering had expanded his meridians by more than 2 times. Although his strength had increased, it also meant that it was harder for him to break through compared to ordinary people. But now, after breaking through to Immortal Soul, he continued to improve and reached mid-stage. If it was really a fist-sized solid, it would be completely refined and absorbed. He could even break through again without any damage to his foundation. Suddenly, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Bang, 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 bang. Dust flew and the earth split open, revealing a deep fissure. One after another, gray figures came to the fissure and looked at the blood-red sea at the bottom. There's a person there. How is this possible? Isn't this where Xiao? Isn't this where that lunatic is? Look, it's not that lunatic. It's just an ordinary person who seems to have just broken through. Someone broke through in this place. The arrival of these people was too sudden. The dragon soul quickly put away the fist-sized solid. These people were all very strong. The weakest was a late-stage immortal soul expert. The strongest among them had even reached the Holy King level. But this guy was just a dish in front of the Asura. Even if all of them joined forces and attacked together, they wouldn't be able to last one round. Qin Yu walked out calmly and faced these people. Judging from their aura and attitude, Qin Yu, on the other hand, was much better than these people. In fact, he was many times stronger than them. But this place, which they thought was a land of death, where there shouldn't be anyone at all, suddenly appeared a living person who wasn't weak. The shock in these people's hearts could be imagined. After all, this was a place recognized by the Asura Academy. If someone came here, no matter how strong they were, even if they were about to break through the Holy King level and reach the next realm, they would still silently die here. This was an ironclad fact that countless seniors used their flesh and blood to prove to them. Among them, the strongest one was also a little braver. Not sensing any Asura's aura, he directly jumped into the fissure and waited for a moment before returning with a relaxed expression. He didn't find any Asura's aura at all. This meant that, at least for the time being, Asura would not appear. Asura might have even left this place. He endured it again and again, and only then did he not laugh out loud. With such a dangerous person by his side, no one could be at ease. Although it was possible that he had run to someone else's side, as long as he didn't come to their side. Who would care? Have you ever seen a pool of blood there? They had already recognized Qin Yu as a passerby. He didn't even have the slightest suspicion. This was because as long as one stepped onto this land, they would be unable to control their own actions. When he woke up again, he would die. This was a very normal thing. In the past, countless people had died here for this reason. Therefore, none of them suspected Chinyu. Since they didn't suspect anything, Chinyu didn't bother to explain. He only said that he was already like this when he arrived. Then, he allowed them to analyze and figure out what was going on. On the other hand, he had succeeded in his mission and retreated. Perhaps this would become another topic of conversation in Tianzhou, but it had nothing to do with him anymore. No one knew that he was the one who did it, and no one would suspect him. Everyone would just think that there was an inexplicable change. The few people who had been left behind by him didn't stop talking. He disappeared so cleanly. Maybe he died. What kind of expert could kill such a powerful existence? Maybe this is an expert above the Holy King level. Although such an existence is rare, maybe there is a 1 in 10 million chance of passing through here. Anyway, as long as the Shura disappears from our territory, he won't have any influence on us anymore. As long as we don't say anything, even if that guy appears elsewhere, who would think that it's us? It was obvious that even if these people had guesses in their hearts, they wouldn't say it out loud. They couldn't wait to push this hot potato out of their hands as soon as possible. They didn't care at all who took this hot potato. However, not long after, an expert arrived. Seeing the Shura blood sea that was devoid of any blood, he looked up to the sky and roared. Who is it who destroyed the Shura that I painstakingly cultivated? I spent 1,000 years to find the seed of Shura, and I spent countless years to cultivate the energy here to such a rich level. No matter who you are, I, the Blood Moon Patriarch, will not rest until you die. Chinyu vaguely heard these voices, but because it was too far away, he couldn't hear them clearly. He didn't stop at all. It didn't matter what kind of trouble he would attract in the future. If a god came, he would kill the god. Even if the heavenly Tao wanted to kill him, it had to ask if he was willing to be controlled by others. He had many things in his hands now, but he didn't know how to use them for a while. Forget about the solid body. It was a crystallization of some kind of special energy. Slowly meditating and absorbing could increase one's strength, but he felt that this thing should have some special function. But what he was most interested in was the corpse of the expert that he brought out with him. It had extremely weak breathing. That's right, it was just a corpse. Originally, he thought that the expert was still alive, but then he realized that the consciousness inside had long been erased by someone. It only had a strong appearance. Anyone would be able to control this body, but there was a troublesome thing. If there was no special way to take it for one's own use. If one wanted to control this corpse to make simple movements, it would require an extremely large amount of energy. Chinyu's strength had already surpassed people of the same level by too much. But even if he wanted to control this body and make some simple movements according to his thoughts, he felt extremely tired. Book of Revelation, tell me how to use this body for my own use. The book's spirit trembled in fear. It didn't dare to hesitate or neglect, and quickly began to flip the pages of the book. Not long after, a blank page was revealed. It was a little surprised and tried again, but in the end, it was still blank. On the third try, there was finally a word, but it was just a word. Here, Chin-Yu was able to tell the meaning behind this word. He told the book's spirit to stop flipping for the time being. If his guess was correct, he should have something that could quantify the body of this sentence. Chapter 932. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. After thinking about it, he realized that he had too many things on hand. If it was among the piles of waste, it would be even more difficult to find it. Therefore, The Book of Revelation was not completely useful. At most, it could give him a general direction, but it could not accurately point out the details. Since I can't find it for now, I'll leave it to fate. By the way, what is this thing? Can you tell? Although it was only a general direction, it was at least much better than being confused. 2 words appeared on the Book of Revelation, accompanied by a simple picture. Blood amber. The picture was the thing in Chinyu's hand. It did not even change it. As for the use of the blood amber, it did not say anything at all. It seems that I have to find an appraiser to appraise it for me. You're too useless. The book's spirit became depressed. In fact, it still had a very big use. Its previous owners all relied on it to survive. But now it had met a master who was much stronger than it. It could not even play a role. It was such a rare and precious treasure, yet it had become a dispensable item of little value. Chinyu put away all his things and walked to the next city. It was not that he did not have anything else to take, but the next city was right in front of him. After coming in this time, he went straight to a very famous trading house and asked for an appraisal. You're just here to do an appraisal? Little Yen, go ahead. The last person to be sent was a girl who looked like a novice. The immaturity and childishness on her face had not faded. Seeing that Chinyu was a little flustered, she even accidentally touched the thing in her hand. She hurriedly picked it up, lowered her head in embarrassment, and said in an extremely weak voice, "Okay, I don't think she's suitable. Such a flustered person can't even be an apprentice." The appraisal fee was usually a few thousandths of the value of the appraised item. Therefore, if a pile of useless trash was appraised, the reward would be extremely low. The man who served Chin, you looked indifferent. Although he was just a new apprentice, it was enough for him to appraise some ordinary items. If the item wasn't considered trash, then it would be fine to change it at the last minute. In any case, he was just an apprentice. He could do whatever he wanted with just a word. Chin, you was not going to change to another place because this was the only place with the best appraisers. If he went to other places, he might not have the eyesight to recognize what he was holding. He didn't need a group of people who didn't have good eyesight to help him appraise. Since he was looking for someone, he would look for the best. I'm just afraid that you won't be able to afford to appraise the things I take out. Not to mention an apprentice. Even the best appraiser here might not be able to appraise what I've taken out. He was narrating a fact. He spoke in an extremely calm tone. The man who had been serving the guests in the hall was a little angry, but he didn't have time to get angry. An old and calm voice came from behind. His attitude towards the guests was too much, and from now on, he was not allowed to join the trading house. No trading house in Tianzhou would allow him to serve as a receptionist. The old man who appeared later first looked up and down at Chinyu. His eyes flickered slightly. Then he asked him in a kind and calm tone what he wanted to appraise. And he introduced himself. He was the most powerful and experienced appraiser in this trading house. Don't boast. After all, I have seen thousands of sales. Not to say that I have seen everything in this world, but I think I know half of the things in this world. And the things that this old man hasn't seen are mostly too rare and too precious. Chinyu had some doubts about the appraiser of this trading house. He simply took out some ordinary things. These things were relatively rare, especially the Tsang Dragon soft armor that he retired. The quality was already good. Speaking of which, for the current hymn, the effect was very weak. But the Tsang Dragon had been extinct for many years. If this old appraiser couldn't even recognize this, then he would have to doubt the appraiser's ability. So he didn't hesitate to go to another trading house and find a more experienced appraiser. This did have some interference with the old man. After all, the Tsang Dragon had been extinct for tens of thousands of years. He just looked at it with his special eyes. Based on his experience, he judged that it should be made by some kind of dragon with a lot of effort. Some of the details were done perfectly. It was a pity that the materials used were somewhat inferior, so it wasn't considered very high quality in the immortal world. It wasn't until the end that he slowly judged that it should be a relic made by some kind of ancient dragon, although he didn't accurately say the name of the Tsang dragon. But just based on this strictness, this experience, it was enough to prove that he did have some ability and wasn't a pretentious guy who only knew how to show off. Chinyu smiled and made an inviting gesture. After all, there were many things in this world that weren't suitable to appear in front of everyone. So appraisals were often done in an extremely sealed room that could block everyone's prying eyes. This was the only way to safely make appraisals. The old appraiser knew this a long time ago, so he tacitly followed. But very quickly, he saw something that would shock him for the rest of his life. He dared to swear that even before he died, he would remember everything he saw today. When he finally came out, his face was full of shame. "I am so sorry. I cannot do this appraisal. The item you took out is far too valuable and rare. Even I can only make some simple judgments, but I can't determine his origin." Chinyu already knew that such a thing might happen. Thus, his state of mind was still relatively calm. But to everyone else, this could not be described as shocking. The old appraiser was the best appraiser they had here, and he was famous in the entire Tianzhou. But there were still things he couldn't identify. Though the old man said that he could recognize half of the items in the world, he could still identify the origin of every item that was placed before him. Therefore, everyone thought that he was omniscient. But today, what did they witness? They witnessed the old appraiser, one of the best appraisers in Tianzhou, say he couldn't identify anything. Chapter 933. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. I just wanted to give it a try. This result is expected. Chinyu was a little helpless. He stepped out of the door and disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. He left the education department and countless people looking at him. This was already one of the best appraisers in Tianzhou, but it still couldn't be appraised. It was expected. What kind of existence was that? The old appraiser still had some prestige, so no one took the initiative to rush up and surround him. But under everyone's fervent gazes, he still spoke slowly. "That is an extremely precious item. I can't tell you the details. You just need to know that you can't offend that person." While everyone in the trading house was guessing, the old appraiser returned to his special isolation room and quietly stayed there for a while. He had to calm down. After all, he had just faced a powerhouse close to a true god. Even if it was just a corpse that still had pressure, he couldn't take it. He didn't even dare to look at it, let alone appraise it. Even after the powerhouse's corpse was put away, he couldn't even appraise a single piece of blood amber. He could only see the effects of the medicine, but he couldn't see anything about its origin or reason. What kind of powerful existence could have so many treasures in his hands? He didn't dare to imagine it. Even his reverence for Qin Yu had been raised. After that, he would pretend that nothing had happened. Otherwise, if someone came to find him, those related to that kind of thing weren't existences that a small trading house like theirs could fight against. Not long after Qin Yu left, this transaction house directly closed its doors. And it closed for a long time. It wasn't until the commotion outside gradually subsided that someone noticed that the trading house seemed to have changed its address and was no longer here. Even the top appraisers in Tianzhou didn't dare to appraise it. It could be seen that these people's abilities were limited. Forget about the body of a true god. It was already extremely powerful. Normal people couldn't even get close to it, let alone look at it directly. But the blood amber had such a mysterious origin. Even the experienced old appraiser couldn't see it. One could well imagine how precious it was. Since no one can make an accurate appraisal, then why don't I just follow my heart? Instead of spending too much time on finding an appraiser, he might as well take a gamble. If he failed, it would cause all the precious things in his hands to become useless. These two treasures had an extraordinary origin and were very powerful. Perhaps they would become useless and never be used again. But he couldn't just sit and wait. Anything he wanted to do, he had to pay a price. If he didn't take any risks, he wouldn't be able to get what he wanted. Only the book spirit wanted to protest. But no one cared. Chinyu was taking a gamble, the one that allowed him to refine this expert's body and use it as his clone. The blood amber was the blood amber in his hands. He knew everything to translation of all the items to translation. These two things Lu won was he didn't know it's it. Although it was just a gamble, he had more than 70% confidence in his heart. The amber two of the blood translation is translation. But the blood essence contained in it was extremely rich. That was the energy that Azura had accumulated for God knows how many years. God knows how many powerhouses had died here, and their flesh and blood had been turned into nutrients. And all of these nutrients finally condensed into this fist-sized pill. If the power inside was released and turned into an attack, it would be enough to destroy the world. In this extremely spacious area, a towering figure stood tall like a mountain. A trace of aura leaked out from its body, which was enough to make people feel awe. The two energies, one strong and one ordinary, collided and approached each other. Finally, when they reached the Dragon Lake, they caused the mountains to collapse and the earth to crack, causing dust to fly, and causing the sky to turn into a deep dark light. When the ball of blood light merged into the space between the dragon's eyebrows, heaven and earth collapsed. All laws were broken. The power to destroy heaven and earth was constantly brewing, as if a true God had descended. Everyone who was watching from afar from the periphery. At the same time, their hearts trembled, and their meridians were damaged to varying degrees. They were forced to spit out a mouthful of heart blood, and their auras were extremely weak. But even if they were seriously injured, they didn't dare to go over. In the past, they were all arrogant and domineering, and they were powerhouses who used their own strength to do whatever they wanted. Now that they saw an even more terrifying existence, they felt fear in their hearts. They even came up with a rather absurd thought. Could it be that another true God realm powerhouse had descended? But how many years had it been since the last time a true God realm powerhouse had appeared? People of their generation could only see the era of true gods a few dozen generations ago. At that time, powerhouses were everywhere, and immortals were nothing at all. Even saint kings had to sit on the ground, and they could only live in a small place. Could it be that the legendary era of cultivators is coming? Such a powerful aura. I have to quickly go into seclusion, inform everyone that I'm going out to travel. And during this period of time, everyone has to tuck their tails between their legs. They must not do any more arrogant actions, lest they bring disaster to our sect. Tianzhou was a mess. All the powerhouses were either in seclusion or going out. Even those who were weaker and had worldly things on them would choose to have all their people stay in seclusion and try to be as humble as possible. Even if they encountered something, they would tacitly stop what they were doing. People from two big clans were about to start fighting, and all the powerhouses were out. The younger generation were all extremely arrogant and domineering. But until the strongest powerhouses of the two clans suddenly spat out a mouthful of heart blood, they looked at each other, shook hands, and stopped talking to each other. At this moment, under the cover of this powerful aura, nobody dared to make any unnecessary movements. One of the trading houses was covered by this powerful aura and quickly moved out. Who told them to know so much? If they were investigated later, they would be stuck between the powerhouses and those with ill intentions. They would be in so much pain that they would rather die. The disturbance in Tianzhou had nothing to do with Qin Yu. He looked at the powerhouse's body very seriously. He slowly reached out his hand. The majestic dragon had suddenly shook its whiskers. Chapter 934. Bright, golden vertical pupils. It was as if two golden pillars of light had appeared. Everyone who met his gaze bowed their heads in submission. Qin Yu looked at this world from a different perspective, and he had a different feeling in his heart. His aura grew even stronger. During this enlightenment, he broke through a small realm. Wherever the strong passed, all the weak were just ants that they could play with as they pleased. The strong possessed unparalleled strength. It was as if the entire world had become a toy in their hands. However, this extremely powerful feeling could only last for a very short period of time. Soon, because the energy in his body was on the verge of exhaustion, the movements of the enormous body that Qin Yu was controlling were visibly decreasing in agility. Each and every one of its movements had become a lot stiffer than before. However, even if the strength of the true god, level clone, had decreased by quite a bit, it was enough to fight against Senzin and below. If he could obtain enough energy to support his strength, he could even erupt with a formidable strength that was invincible beneath the true divinity realm. However, in order to possess such heaven-defying power, the amount of energy required was also extremely large. Ordinary resources had almost no effect on this true dragon god's shell. It was only because the power of the blood amber was strong enough that it could awaken this body and allow Qin Yu to control it. However, although the power in the blood amber was strong, a lot of it had been used up when the body was awakened. It was an extremely powerful feeling, as if the world was nothing but ants in his eyes. It only lasted for a split second. The huge vertical pupil closed. Qin Yu opened his eyes at the same time. You are powerful, but the price you have to pay is also very high. I can use it as a trump card at a critical moment. Perhaps when I comprehend the Tao, using such a body will be of great help. Just now, that extremely profound feeling had brought him a breakthrough. If this were to happen a few more times, especially when his strength was stuck at a certain point and could not break through, he would definitely be able to do it. As long as he had the slightest comprehension, he would be able to cross that barrier in one fell swoop. Perhaps there were other uses for it, but he would have to explore them one by one. The Rain Gear's body was just an empty shell. There were no memories at all, nor were there any inheritances unique to the Dragon clan. Under such a blank situation, he could only take one step at a time. But in the end, he still gained a lot. Even if he were to face the strongest expert in the entire immortal world, he would still be able to defeat the strongest expert in the immortal world. He was also confident that he could face the other party head-on. After the earth-shattering scene slowly disappeared, it still left behind a scene of devastation. Presumably, it would take a long time for this place to slowly recover. Moreover, there was always a trace of an expert's aura left behind here. As a result, countless small animals did not dare to settle down in this area. Qin Yu waved his sleeve, clasped his hands behind his back, and slowly walked out of the land. With every step he took, the remnant aura of the powerhouse weakened a little. When he finally left this land, the remaining aura here was already extremely weak. It wouldn't be long before countless lives would slowly settle down here. This place would not become a deserted land of death. In fact, because of the protection of the aura of the strong, It would even become a paradise for the weak. For a very long time, this place would become a forbidden area that everyone avoided like the plague. Achoo! Seems like someone is talking about me. Xiantian Senzin rubbed his slightly itchy nose as he stood on this barren land. I don't believe that you won't come out of here. Countless years have passed. Do you really think that I will forget what happened back then because of the passage of time? Stop joking. It's impossible. Do you want to come out yourself, or do you want me to go in and drag you out? After a while, a transparent figure faintly appeared, looking at Xiantian Senzin. His eyes were filled with complicated emotions and indescribable anger. He was not willing to come out at all, but he was forced to the point that he had no choice. It's been so long since what happened back then, and it didn't cause much harm to you. I already said that I didn't do it on purpose. What else do you want to do to me? Seeing him come out, Xiantian Senzin directly slapped out with his palm, and a translucent belt of light appeared in his hand, directly binding the translucent figure. Did he really think that he couldn't catch him, just because he split out a strand of divine consciousness? Little did he know that there were many ways to trap divine consciousness in this world, and he just happened to have the strongest one in his hands. Not long after, in this barren land, screams resounded through the sky. After a long time, it slowly calmed down. After teaching this guy a lesson, Xiantian Senzin quickly rushed to the next location. Even if this guy didn't directly participate in the incident back then, who asked the masterminds back then to be punished one by one? They didn't even have time to wait for him to personally take action, and all of them died before they could live. If he wanted to take back the things that he had back then, he could only knock on their doors one by one. If they wanted to blame someone, they could only blame themselves for secretly hiding his things. How could his things be so easy to take? His title as the strongest Senzin in the ninefold god realm wasn't for nothing. They were accumulated through countless battles, countless pieces of flesh and blood, and countless painful lessons from countless people. Now, what was in his hands was an extremely small and exquisite copper bell. But the strange thing was that no matter how he shook it, it definitely wouldn't make the slightest sound. This was a famous treasure in the entire ninefold god realm. God's shocking bell, and its function was extremely powerful. Not only could it be used as a defensive tool, but it could also be used to constantly alert the surroundings of existences that could threaten one's life. It could also be used as a treasure to intimidate the enemy at a critical moment. It could move one's heart and soul. Such a powerful treasure that could almost attack and defend as one was naturally worth a lot. In the entire ninefold god realm, there was only one of it. This treasure isn't very useful to me, but it's also quite useful to Qinyu. At least for a short period of time. It's still worthy of his strength. Looks like I have to hurry up. Otherwise, I'll be anxious when he can't find it anywhere. Qinyu knew how powerful his master was. If he were to be slightly arrogant, in the entire ninefold god realm, the number of people who could be a match for Xiantian Senzin could be counted on one hand. If there were some old monsters who wouldn't be in trouble, then they wouldn't be included in this calculation. But even if they were extremely powerful old monsters, Xiantian Senzin could still roll up his sleeves and spar with them. Chapter 935. Now that he had Xiantian Senzin's whereabouts, he had to find another person. He wasn't sure if that person was in the celestial realm or somewhere else. Maybe I should make a big commotion. Let all the big sects in the celestial realm boil over. Let all the experts gather, and let them bring some juniors. One by one, he added conditions to it. Soon, a rough idea appeared in his mind. Wouldn't it be easy to cause a commotion in the celestial realm? As long as he was strong enough, strength was everyone's eternal pursuit. Right now, he already had an extremely powerful body as his clone. He wanted to create a huge commotion that would make everyone in the immortal world look askance and even go crazy over it. Wouldn't that be as easy as flipping one's hand? Others wouldn't even dare to think about it. But for him, all the conditions had been met. A sudden rumor quickly spread to all the states in the celestial realm. Everyone in the celestial realm, they all knew that an unparalleled expert was about to be born. He was unprecedentedly strong. He had even touched the threshold of the true God realm. He was about to step into the legendary supreme realm. And before he stepped into the true God realm, he had to pass on the Tao to the person he liked and stay in seclusion until he broke through to the true immortal realm. Since then, it could be said that his lineage hadn't been broken. This rumor seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. Even if they sent people to investigate, they couldn't find the source. In the end, they could only find a few storytellers wandering around the various states. But although each of them had a beginning and an end, it was as if they had seen it with their own eyes. If they asked carefully, they would only say that someone told them to say so. As for who that person was, sorry, they didn't see it clearly. They just wanted to do their own thing. After all, the story was exciting enough. If they told it, it would attract a lot of people to listen to their story. In this way, they had already earned a lot of money. Who would care about the truth of the story? Originally, this rumor was only spread among the weak. But the matter in Tianzhou was reported to some of the big sections. Even the powerful upper echelons of the large sects had no choice but to pay attention to it. Could it be that a super expert close to the true God realm had appeared, and he had made up his mind to hand over his inheritance and recruit disciples? Moreover, it didn't matter if that disciple was sent by them or not, just by looking at fate. It was as if he was trying to verify their thoughts. The place in Tianzhou that was known as the Land of Gods. A huge and faintly discernible mountain and river appeared. No one could touch these mountains and rivers of nothingness. However, they could see an illusory shadow in the mountains and rivers. It gradually solidified and appeared in front of everyone with a disdainful aura. In an instant, all the people present were fiercely pressed to the ground, and they could not even raise their heads. All he could see was a flash of a dragon tail. It was actually a powerful dragon race expert. All of the dragons who had rushed over upon hearing the news couldn't help but reveal excited expressions. Since it was a senior of the dragon clan, perhaps this inheritance would belong to the dragon clan. Compared to the other messy and weak races, the dragon race had a huge advantage. Furthermore, they were all dragons, so they should have been chosen. His cold and emotionless eyes swept over the weak people who were crawling on the ground. Perhaps these people all had their own identities, and they were overlords or experts with high status in some large forces. However, as long as they were in front of him, they could only crawl at his feet. There was no other choice. Now, you have appeared in front of me. You should all be here for my inheritance. At a rough estimate, there are at least thousands of people, and I know that there are hundreds of thousands of people waiting outside. But among so many people, I will only choose one person. After hearing the requirements for the candidate, only the humans and the Bishua Mountain, who were extremely good at cold beauties, were the happiest, because relatively speaking, their chances were much higher than the others, and even compared to the people of the major sects and forces of all the races present. Qin, you was only here to find Shualan this time. It would be best if he could find her. If this move didn't let him find her, perhaps he would have to consider going to the other realms to look for her. He even saw people from the Xiantian sect. To be able to come in front of him, it should also be a sect master. At least his strength could be said to be at the peak of perfection. Although he did not break through Senzen's realm, It seemed that he was not far away. In the eyes of the powerful current sect master of the Xiantian sect, he saw doubts, and deeply hidden doubts. Doubts about whether this so-called inheritance was real or fake. Doubts about his sudden appearance. Moreover, his strength was said to be a powerful expert who was close to the true God realm. Was it real or fake? Could all of this be a conspiracy caused by someone? After all, although everyone now saw this expert appear in person. However, they did not exactly feel the terror of the expert. As for the so-called inheritance of the expert, they only heard about it, but did not see it. Even though Qinya noticed it, he merely smiled and let it pass. However, he stopped for a while on the Xiantian sect master and was accurately noticed by many experts. Then, all kinds of gazes fell on the Xiantian sect master. Most of these gazes were filled with malicious intent. Although the Xiantian sect could be said to be extremely prestigious among the humans, there were also powerful dragons present. Naturally, they also had their own territory and sneered at the so-called rules of the human race. Since they already had doubts in their hearts, they were already prepared to ask in private later, no matter what method they used. They wanted to see if they could get any results from the current sect master of the Xiantian sect. After all, which one of them present was not an expert who had fought for more than 10,000 years. Although they had submitted to such a powerful oppressive might, they still had their doubts. However, there were very few who directly doubted the existence of this expert like the Xiantian sect master. At most, they only doubted the authenticity of this inheritance and the purpose of this expert who appeared out of nowhere. Could it be that he really just wanted to find a beautiful fairy who cultivated the supreme unruffled emotions Tao? Just thinking about it made one realize that such a powerful existence would not stop for a mere fairy. As for making such a big scene, it was even more unlikely. Who would have thought that such a big event that shook the immortal world was really just someone who wanted to borrow their hands to find a friend that they had not seen for many years? Chapter 936. Countless experts were toyed with in the palm of his hand. Even if they had doubts, they didn't dare to speak lightly. In the face of strength, all the schemes and hypocrisy were fragile. They were even more fragile than paper. I'll only give you 3 days. After 3 days, if there's still no one who meets my conditions and meets my eyes, then I'll go into seclusion immediately. If I really can't find a suitable person within 3 days, then it means that I'm not fated to have a disciple, and I won't be able to pass down all of my strength. Pass down all of it. The nearby relatives were so excited that they started to tremble, even if they didn't meet the conditions, as long as they could find someone who did, and get closer to them. One could imagine how shocking the entire inheritance of such a powerful existence was, that represented countless natural treasures, endless opportunities, and the supreme great Tao, looking at how powerful this expert was, and how he was even going into seclusion to break through to the legendary true God realm. They knew that this supreme great Tao could at least allow them to break through to the true God realm. But every single person, if they wanted to take in a disciple, they would more or less keep it. They definitely wouldn't pass down all of their things, all of their experience, and all of their wealth in one go like this. At the very least, they would have to go through a long period of assessment, take in a few disciples, and choose the most outstanding and the most suitable among them. Only then would they choose to pass down a portion of the important things. After all, if they raised an ingrate, it might harm them. This wasn't worth it. But now they met an unprecedented expert. This time, he appeared only to pass down everything he had. Then he would break through to a higher realm without any worries. Everything was very reasonable, so much so that everyone temporarily forgot their suspicions just now. Anyway, they were just looking for people. As long as they found enough people, would there be no need to worry that no one could inherit this inheritance? The conditions that Chinyu gave could be said to be quite detailed. In a short period of time, all the fairies who cultivated the Tao of the Great Oblivion were found. They became the hot topic of discussion. It was as if every fairy who cultivated the Tao of the Great Oblivion, they could all be the peerless experts that they needed to curry favor with in the future. Xuelon didn't have the slightest interest in the so-called expert's inheritance. She cultivated the Tao of the Great Oblivion. He had been cultivating since he was young. When he came to the immortal world, he didn't even take a step out. He was often immersed in cultivation and was unable to extricate himself. 1,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. Fairy Xuelon's name wasn't very outstanding in the outside world. Only the inner circle of the sect knew what the Xuelon Mountain represented. He was the most outstanding genius in the past 10,000 years. Everyone knew that he was a peerless genius who had truly comprehended the true essence of the supreme, unruffled emotions Tao. She had already comprehended the true essence of the path of the Great Oblivion, although she was still young and had not completely cultivated it to the extreme. She was still deaf to external things. It was just that the Tao of the Great Oblivion was truly extremely profound. Even her current master was unable to completely eliminate everything in the world. In the end, she was tempted by this treasure that might represent a huge amount of wealth and resources. Moreover, to the others, they already had many fairies who specialized in the Tao of the Great Oblivion. Xuelon was the most outstanding of them all, and she was also the one she had the highest hopes for. As long as you can obtain this inheritance, even if you don't use it yourself, you can give it to others to contribute to the sect. With such a great contribution, when the time comes, countless resources and even a respected status can all be given to you. To the sect, you are also a meritorious person with a high status and can enjoy everyone's respect. Fairy Xuangling tried her best to persuade him. She really didn't have anything bad to say to this disciple. However, Fairy Xuelon's strength was too high, and her talent was too outstanding. As a master, she couldn't do anything in the end. She could only watch her disciple step by step stand shoulder to shoulder with her, and even a little higher. Although she was proud of her disciple, when facing her exceptionally outstanding disciple, she often had a strict attitude. Otherwise, she didn't even think that she could be the master of such a person who was like ice and snow. The pressure from the sect was already slowly pressing down on her head like Mount Tai. It seemed that as long as she said the word no, she would be going against the entire sect. Xuelon's curly eyelashes trembled slightly after opening her eyes. They revealed clear ice-blue pupils. Her snow-like long hair was incomparably gorgeous. It made her seem like ice, but also like jade, cold and holy, and thousands of miles away. However, no one could doubt her beauty. Even though they had seen each other for many years, Fairy Xuangling still almost couldn't come back to her senses. Then a burst of ecstasy gushed out. "It seems that you agree. I've already asked people to pack up. You can come with me now." "No need, Master. This is also the last time I call you Master." Xuelon cultivated the great path of Great Oblivion. She didn't care about anything or anyone around her. So even if it was her master who had accompanied her for many years, to her it was no different from a stone by the roadside. So the inheritance of the so-called powerhouse has no use to me. But I can't disobey master's orders. After thinking for a long time, I finally came up with a foolproof plan. From today onwards, Xuelon will withdraw from Mount Bishua. From today onwards, there will be no friendship at all. While Fairy Xuangling was still in a daze, Xuelon spoke again. "As my last contribution to the sect, Shualan will do what Master said just now. If I really get the so-called inheritance and resources, I will also give them all to you. It's a return of the kindness that the sect has shown me over the past 10,000 years. But it could be considered a clean break. Fairy Shuangling opened her mouth, but couldn't say anything to persuade her to stay. She could only watch the icy blue flowing light disappear in front of her eyes. She still couldn't come back to her senses. In fact, she had already expected today's result. But she didn't expect. It happened so quickly. Qin Yu controlled the doppelganger to return to the void. He waited for the 3 days to slowly pass by in boredom. In the first 2 days, a lot of people were sent over. But after a cursory glance, he didn't find the person he was looking for. So he drove them out without hesitation. Even the powerhouses of the major forces who sent these impostors were driven out. It was already the 3rd day. It was also the time he set for the last day. If he didn't get anything today, all the people present would have to pay the price. After all, he never did anything for nothing. Chapter 9:37. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. An icy blue ray of light flashed past and crossed thousands of miles in the blink of an eye. Since Shualan was focused on rushing, she did not make any stops along the way and focused on controlling the direction. In just half a day's time, she made it to the deadline. The moment her eyes met the cold vertical pupils, Shualan's heart, which had not moved for thousands of years, suddenly trembled slightly. This familiar feeling, could it be that he had returned? Since there is no suitable candidate, Qin Yu was about to announce the final result. Suddenly, he saw a ray of light flash across the sky. Furthermore, his clone was able to see Shualan's appearance again after 10,000 years had passed. She looked almost the same as she did 10,000 years ago. The only thing missing was the naivety she had when she was with him. She looked like a piece of high-quality 1,000-year-old cold jade. Her entire body was clear and flawless, and she emitted an extremely cold light. If anyone tried to get close, their hands would be full of frost. The person he had been waiting for had finally arrived. Since that was the case, there was no need for these so-called experts who were crawling at his feet to exist. Then all of you can go to hell. The powerful aura first affected the few people around. It made them unable to move. Before they could react, it quickly killed the few people who were at the Holy King level. The remaining people all wanted to leave, but not long after they flew away, a powerful force suddenly sucked away every ounce of strength in their bodies. They could not even fly, and finally fell to the ground pathetically. It was as if there was an invisible hand in the sky, controlling their every move when they were frightened. It made them unable to resist. Where is my strength? What did you do, demon? Cough. I can't feel my strength. How can this be? I already said that there must be a conspiracy behind this. Where did this expert come from? Why would he take out his inheritance for no reason? Help, please let me out. I have no value at all. Look at those leaders of the big sects. They must be more valuable. Under the awe of such a powerful force, everyone more or less showed expressions that they would never show on a normal day. Some were furious, some were weak, some were sarcastic, and some were even begging for mercy. Everyone had different expressions. But Shualan, who came later, was not affected at all. It was as if she did not exist at all. Not only that, but she also felt an unprecedented sense of security in this place. It was as if this expert who suddenly appeared could give her a sense of security. Her sense of security was in stark contrast to the sorry state of these experts. But she did not care about these unrelated people. Her eyes and heart were filled with the shock that the pair of vertical pupils had brought her. It was as if the person she was hidden in those cold eyes. She was the person who she was most. Is it him? He has finally come to find me. I have waited for someone for him for 10,000 years. Even if everyone tells me that he's not coming back, Su Qingsang said. But I know that no matter what kind of danger he encounters along the way, he will be able to overcome it and look down on the world with absolute strength. Even the way of heaven is not in his eyes, so I don't believe in fate. I believe he will come to find me one day. I don't want to ask anything now. I just want you to tell me if he is back. Xuelan's eyes were filled with excitement and shyness, as well as the most hidden panic. The snow-like person seemed to have melted, turned into a wisp of spring breeze. It quietly blew away the frost on her body, bringing with it a budding vitality. With every step he took, the ice on her body seemed to disappear. By the time he got close, his eyes were already slightly red. The huge body, with a terrifying aura, slowly fell. His pupils, which caused everyone to be shocked, closed. But behind this huge body, there was a huge figure. Instead, a handsome young man, with a face like a star, walked out. Every strand of hair was the one Xuelan was most familiar with. It was even engraved in her heart over the past 10,000 years. She had too many things to say, but in the end, thousands of words only turned into one sentence. Welcome back. Even if 10,000 years had passed. But to her, as long as she could see this person again, what was the big deal? Countless years of obsession had been broken. Xuelan actually ignored the surrounding environment and broke through in one fell swoop. She reached the late stage of immortal spirit. The aura on her body seemed to be more ethereal, but it lacked a trace of coldness and ruthlessness. Yes, I'm back. I'm here to find you. It wasn't an easy task to find you. I gathered almost all the experts in the sect and asked them to use most of the power in the immortal world. Only then did I barely manage to find you at the last moment. But now they are useless. It's time to let them play some of their remaining value. The faintly discernible feeling of being controlled became stronger. Qin Yu had modified the array again and again, and he had put in a lot of precious materials. At this time, it was already heaven and earth different from the array she had obtained at the beginning. Even the most powerful experts in the immortal world would be under her control under this formation, because his clone was stronger than them. This was the most obvious characteristic of the array. Even if he was stronger than the other party would not be able to break free. If you want to live, take the reward and redeem your life. Every 2 hours, I will randomly slap a person to death. Now, the competition begins. For these people from the big sects, they wanted to transfer a portion of the resources within 2 hours. It was definitely not a difficult task. It couldn't be more easy. In the first 2 hours, they still had some hope. They weren't able to send a large amount of resources in the first place. Qin Yu directly killed a person with a casual slap. In his opinion, the one who was the most thievish. He seemed to be someone who wanted to take advantage of the situation to get to the end. And he actually wanted to take the opportunity to inform the outside world and bring people to attack here. He wanted to tear a hole in this array from the outside. Killing such a person who caused trouble was just the right thing to do. After that, the remaining people became much more obedient. After the 4th hour, the resources that were placed over had piled up like a mountain. These resources quickly disappeared into thin air and were put away by Qin Yu as more and more resources appeared. They were continuously sent to his hands. One by one, people began to be released. They saw with their own eyes that someone took out a large sum of money to redeem themselves. The others immediately paid a hefty price to redeem themselves. Chapter 938. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. In the end, only a small number of people remained. These people had been abandoned. They no longer had any value. The life and death of all of you is in my hands. Everyone was silent. They watched as the people around them left one by one, but the people they contacted still didn't come. Some of them had already made up their minds to spread the news of what had happened here, but now all of them turned into anger for being deceived. If they weren't rescued, in that case, wouldn't they also end up like those broken corpses on the ground? Shuelon didn't show any mercy from the beginning to the end. Why should she show mercy to people she didn't care about? Moreover, these people had rushed here because of the greed in their hearts. Even if they died, it was their choice. Another 2 hours passed. This time, there were no more people sending things over. This meant that the remaining group of people had all been abandoned. The people who had been abandoned could already foresee their fate. But no one was willing. Do you want to leave? Unexpectedly, Chinyu didn't kill them directly. Even if he wanted to kill these people now, it would only take a single thought. Who didn't want to leave? Staying would only mean facing death. And they all wanted to go out and question those people in the sect. Why did they give up on them? Why did they make such a choice? If you want to leave, you have to pay a certain price. They swore, with their lifetime cultivation, that they would never betray the alliance. They would be Chinyu's servant for life. They swore to be loyal to him and never betray him, in exchange for a chance to live. It was just a contract. Most people chose to sign it, although they had to be servants for life. It didn't say that they couldn't have a little selfishness. So it wasn't completely unacceptable. At least, it was many times better than death. After someone took the lead, many people took the initiative to sign the contract one after another. Some people even decided to completely betray their sect and join Chinyu's sect, making the contract even more perfect. But without exception, they were all rejected. All the strange phenomena in the sky disappeared in an instant, regardless of whether it was the shocking, illusory figure or the extremely terrifying and powerful aura. Shuelon disappeared with that expert. After 10,000 years, they finally met again. However, it was as if there wasn't that much time between the two of them. In less than half a month, the matter of the true God, experts. Very few people knew about it. Under the situation where all the sects took action to suppress them at the same time, there was less and less news circulating in the outside world. Whenever someone brought up this matter, it would be quickly suppressed. The person who brought up this matter either disappeared or never mentioned it again. With all the major forces taking action at the same time, the various rumors and slanders in the immortal world were suppressed. However, this alone was enough to cause great damage to all the top forces in the immortal world. Not only did they lose a large amount of resources and extremely valuable wealth, but they also lost a large amount of resources. There was also the anger of being deceived. He climbed to the top of an iceberg. After much effort, a figure finally climbed to the top of the mountain and saw the two figures. He turned a blind eye to Shuelon beside him. A pair of blood-red eyes stared at Chinyu. His extremely hoarse voice was laced with madness. "I finally found you." Chin, you felt an aura from him that was almost the same origin as that of the blood amber. As expected, with Azura's completely irrational brain, how could he be so lucky as to nurture such a powerful and mysterious treasure? There was indeed someone behind this matter, and this person's strength could be considered very good. It was rare for him to feel a sense of threat. It was as if the person in front of him could really cause great harm to him. Cause great harm to me? I know why you're here, but I've already used it. What can you do to me? What can you do to me? It looked even more powerful than Azura, and it didn't look like a humanoid blood demon. Hearing these words, his nose almost went crooked from anger. He had already spent a lot of effort to be able to track it down. But now he was being told that it had already been used? Impossible. I'm the only one who knows the use of that thing. I can't even guarantee that it can be used to its full potential. And you're telling me that you've already used it? As a blood demon, he had been lurking in the dark. Wasn't it to prevent the previous powerful blood demons from being besieged by countless people and ending up dead? In the end, he had spent a lot of effort to find Azura, who was in the state of a wandering soul and only knew how to kill. He had used all kinds of methods to barely raise this Azura. Borrowing the power of Azura, he had gathered a pool of blood, which contained the flesh and blood power of countless powerhouses. In addition to his special method, when the blood amber was finally condensed, it was just right for him to use. Not only could it greatly increase his strength, but it could also help him suppress the boiling blood in his body. Originally, the path that blood demons took contained extremely powerful destructive power. Although their combat strength was extremely powerful, they often couldn't control their nature. How many methods had he used to achieve this? How many years had he spent to slowly lay out the plan and build it? Now you want to easily dismiss me by saying that you've used it? I haven't even figured out how to use it. The blood amber was the most perfect thing that he had created, and it was also the most suitable for him. The others, without exception, all had different side effects. Only the power of Azura could suppress the explosive power in the blood. In the end, after countless years of accumulation, it could slowly be transformed into such a powerful energy crystal. Although it didn't look good, it was indeed the most perfect work. The reason why he hadn't taken the blood amber was that he hadn't found a way to perfectly use its power. But who would have thought that just as he had some ideas and was about to give it a try, he turned around and found that the thing that he had painstakingly cultivated for thousands of years was gone. Even the Azura he had placed there was gone. His soul had been completely scattered, and he had disappeared without a trace. I see. Chinyu had already heard what had happened. As for what the blood demon wanted to do with the blood amber, he wasn't interested. Although he had some sympathy, the Azura had been trapped there. Who knew how many lives it had taken? It could be seen that the blood demon had completely used the flesh and blood of countless people to achieve his goal. And according to him, the Azura Blood Sea was only one of his most perfect experiments. Chapter 9:39. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. It was obvious that there were similar places in other places. The number of people who had died by his hand, or because of him, was definitely not a small number. A rain of blood. It suddenly descended on this mountain. Every drop of blood that fell on the ground turned into blood-red ice cubes. Every gust of wind brought with it a bone-piercing chill. Blood demon descends. That was when the unforeseen event happened. Suddenly, a void gate opened at the top of the mountain. The other side of the door seemed to be connected to an extremely mysterious space. It was as if something that could destroy heaven and earth was about to come out from that door. A powerful aura enveloped the entire mountain peak. The snow that had accumulated on the mountain peak all year round fell in large patches. It landed on the ground with a rumble. A blood-red palm suddenly rose into the sky. It was about to land on the mountain peak. The palm that suddenly appeared was extremely vast and wide. It was comparable to half of the mountain peak. You want to take my life with just a palm. You think too highly of yourself. He didn't even reveal his clone completely. A golden light flashed, and the huge palm was directly slapped back. Seeing this, the worry in Shualan's eyes faded slightly. The power of the palm just now was extremely vast. The aura attached to it was also extremely terrifying. However, even such a powerful palm was easily slapped back by Chinyu. The blood demon had expected that Qin might not be so simple, but he didn't expect him to be so complicated. Just now, he had directly summoned the real blood demon. Although he was called the blood demon, it was only a code name. Everyone who was of the same lineage as him was respectfully called the blood demon ancestor. However, the real blood demon's palm strike had been so casually deflected. Even the blood demon himself couldn't guarantee that he could do it so easily. Even if it was just a palm, it wasn't something that anyone could easily resist. As he became more agitated, the surrounding heaven and earth seemed to be affected by him. The rain became heavier. Drops of blood-red rain fell on the ground. It dyed the entire icy blue mountain peak into the color of blood. A strong gust of wind rose, and even a small tornado was formed. Qin Yu directly broke through the myriad of techniques with his brute force. The huge tornado that had yet to take shape was scattered on the spot. It was as if he had just gently waved away a wisp of cool breeze. The blood demon ancestor had just poured his heart's blood into it when he suffered such a heavy blow. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. He spat out a mouthful of blood, like an arrow. It was shot 10 meters away. Thus, he gave up on all his tricks and went into battle himself. The bodies of the blood devils of each generation could not be considered very strong. The most powerful thing was still the various unfathomable methods. He shook his wide sleeves, and suddenly a pile of deep white bones came out. These deep white bones jumped up on their own and pieced together. Soon, new meridians and flesh grew out, even the outer layer of skin. When it fully matured, it would become another blood demon ancestor. Let's see if you can tell which one is me. Since those methods are useless against you, I must find your true weakness. The two blood demon ancestors, who looked exactly the same, spoke at the same time. Then, with a flash of their figures, they switched positions back and forth several times. It was already difficult to distinguish between the real and the fake. At this moment, it was even more impossible to determine which one was the real blood demon ancestor with the naked eye. Even the auras of the two blood demon ancestors were exactly the same. Just based on their auras, it was impossible to determine which one was real and which one was fake. This is something that I have carefully nurtured for a long time. I used many failed products and a drop of my own heart's blood to create a puppet that is exactly the same as me. It can even have a portion of my power. Therefore, I can guarantee that no one in this world can tell which one is real and which one is fake. Even if I am at the true God realm, I think that I can use this method to be invincible. Two people who looked exactly the same. At the same time, they said the exact same words and made the exact same sounds. It sounded really noisy. It was very annoying. To Qin Yu, was it that important to know which one was real and which one was fake? Instead of trying to determine which one was real and which one was fake, they might quickly turn around and mix together, flashing back and forth. It was dazzling. He might as well attack directly. He would beat both of them down. If he could not tell which one was real and which one was fake, he would kill both of them together. Then he would not have so many worries. Only a fool would choose to slowly and carefully choose at this time. He might even fall into a dilemma and be unable to extricate himself. Why should he put the initiative in the hands of the enemy? Drinking Dragon Sword. It's a good opportunity to see if you are more powerful or if the Dragon Clan is more powerful. Logically speaking, you have already reached the peak of the Holy King realm. No matter what, you should be more powerful than the Dragon Clan, which is one level lower. With one slash, blood splattered everywhere. And this smear of blood was extremely inconspicuous in this sky full of snow and rain. If one did not look carefully, they would not even be able to tell. After all, this blood had completely merged with the blood rain. After the head was chopped off, the body could still move slightly. In the end, the flesh and blood of the body completely turned into blood water, leaving only the ghastly white bones. It kept trying to escape. It used its fastest speed to turn into a stream of light, wanting to return to the blood demon ancestor's side. But no matter how fast this ghastly white bone was, it was just a dead object. The dragon soul directly captured this fellow in a few days. A bone that could move on its own, and it could also be used to create an identical clone. Perhaps it would have some value. He could not let it go back and let the blood demon ancestor become even more powerful. At this moment, there was no such thing as a clone, nor was there any such thing as being real or fake. With one slash, whether it was real or fake was already clear at a glance. At this moment, the blood demon ancestor had already lost a lot, although he did not have any injuries on his body. However, they were also running away in a panic. It was not that he had more life-saving methods. At this moment, the one who was beheaded was not just a substitute, but himself. If he did not run now, when would he run? But not long after he ran out, he suddenly felt that his speed seemed to have stopped. Then he watched as Qin Yu slowly walked over. He directly slapped her until she completely lost consciousness. Shui Lan looked around and saw that it was a world of bright red everywhere. She could not help but frown slightly. Finally, she waved her jade-like hand. An invisible force completely dispersed the snow, rain, and wind that filled the sky. Chapter 940. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Thick, dark clouds began to gather in the sky, and it started to drizzle, until all the blood red on the ground was completely washed away. Then she waved her hand again. She drove the dark clouds to other places. The whole mountain returned to its initial coldness. It was as if the previous battle had never happened. You all did a lot of things. Now it seems that only I have nothing to do. So I waved my hand to deal with the aftermath. Shui Lan smiled sweetly, following her actions. Even the corpses on the ground disappeared. There wasn't even a trace of the smell of blood left in the air. But the whole mountain wasn't damaged at all. She washed it clean and didn't leave any traces. To do this in a short time, she had to reach the peak of control. Every small detail had to be thought over and over again, and she had to grasp it accurately. There couldn't be the slightest mistake. Only then could he have completed all of this in such a short period of time. Qin Yu looked at everything in front of him that had returned to normal. Suddenly, his fingers moved gently. It seemed that he was holding something in his hand, and the dark clouds in the sky also changed with his movements. Not long after, suddenly, snowflakes began to fall like goose feathers. Every snowflake was so delicate that it could be seen. It landed on an ice-blue mountain peak, like the best goose down. It looked unbelievably soft. Shui Lan's eyes flashed with surprise. She gently caught a snowflake with her jade-like fingers. Looking at the crystal-clear snowflake slowly melting into water droplets in her palm, she couldn't help but feel a little regretful. But in the next moment, the snowflakes that were originally falling suddenly gathered together. First, it condensed into a beautiful white snowball. Then this big snowball that was as tall as a person kept changing. When the wind and snow completely disappeared, not only was there a thick layer of snow on the ground, and a person made of white snow also appeared on the mountain peak. A little red lips seemed to be the only color in the world. The person formed by the white snow looked cold and precious, with an unattainable holy aura. But when looking at the small snowflake in the palm of her hand, however, she was gentle and pleasantly surprised. She was so beautiful that one couldn't take their eyes off her. Without any doubt, Xuelon was sure that the person was her. The most miraculous thing was that the snowflake in her palm could actually be seen clearly. This was a small detail. It was enough to demonstrate Qin use heaven-defying control. The two looked at each other and couldn't help but smile. "Let's go. Didn't you say that you found traces of Kanshui Shenron last time? Since we've dealt with that little tale behind us, it's time for us to set off." Xuelon hadn't traveled all over the world, but he also knew that there were many things in this world. Kanshui Shenron was one of the 9 legendary elemental dragons. This was not the self-proclaimed title of the dark dragon god. It was the real and only Shenron in the world. There were a total of 9 elements in the world, and they were the foundation of the world. Every major element had a supreme one, which was Shenron, which had existed since the beginning of the world. Through the changes of time, the dragon clan had been prosperous and declined. Sometimes they were even on the verge of extinction. But the dragon god had always been hiding in the dark, unknown to everyone. Only when the dragon clan was in danger of extinction would he take the initiative to show up just to protect the dragon clan's habitat. For them, there was no concept of heirs or inheritance, because all the dragon clan in this world were their descendants. Such Shenron had existed since the emergence of the world. Almost every one of them had the power to create and change the world. Creating a world was more than 100 times harder than destroying a world. With the power of creation, the power of destruction was more powerful and had more variability. And every Shenron, they all had the power to change the development of the world. In the 9 worlds, there were 9 Shenron guarding each other. The traces of Kanshui Shenron are in the deepest part of the north. There's only ice and snow over there for thousands of miles. Even in the hot season, it's still a vast sea with countless icebergs and continents floating on it. I once heard that there seemed to be relics related to the Kanshui true dragon there, but it was protected by a group of local aborigines, and no one was allowed to approach it. They were even born with great power and were extremely good at swimming, so in the end, no one found the relics of the Kanshui true dragon. According to this statement, it was already the most appropriate and realistic of all the statements. Xuelon didn't deliberately remember at that time, and now there weren't many details that she could think of. However, this was already enough. It had given them an accurate direction to take in the future. All the way to the north, it got colder and colder. Originally, they could see some prosperous cities in the periphery. Among them, there were many powerful practitioners. But when they got inside, they couldn't see anything. All they could see was a vast expanse of white fog. Occasionally, they would see a few living creatures that could move, but they were all white bears and snow rabbits. They were the only ones who could endure the cold air here and live a comfortable life. The deeper they went, what they could see was even less, until they stepped into the real barren land. Only some powerful existences would choose to walk here. If one didn't have great strength, it would be extremely difficult to survive here. Here, not to mention this piece of green. Within a radius of 1,000 miles, they might not even find a living creature that could move. Everything around them was white. They thought that the journey would be so peaceful, but this peace was finally broken. White snow was flying. For some reason, there was a great movement in front of them. Dodge. Qin, you quickly left the original place with Xuelon. And the place where they were just now had a deep crack at this time. The ice here was more than 10 meters thick, but such a hard ice was still hit by this powerful force. And the crack spread hundreds of miles away. Countless ferocious fish that had been sealed under the ice jumped out of the water. They crossed the thick ice and fell directly on the ice, smashing a pit that was neither deep nor shallow. Then, countless ferocious big fish began to crash into this crack. Each of them had a mouth full of sharp teeth. With a light bite, the incomparably hard ice was quickly broken into pieces under its sharp teeth. Chin, you didn't care about these big fish that rushed out of the water. The air here was too cold. Even if these big fish were extremely destructive, they would soon be frozen again. Chapter 941. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Countless snowy mountains collapsed, and the thick layer of ice shattered. Everything indicated that there was a battle going on in front of them, and it had already reached its climax. But that was also where they had to go in the end. The cold wind blew, but the man and the beast were extremely thin. The white bear had a thin layer of fur on its body. On the other hand, the pale-skinned, muscular man was topless. I won't let you go today. You've already come twice. I said there won't be a third time, but you didn't listen. The white bear was a little anxious and kept growling threateningly. Its heavy bear paw landed on the ice. There was a claw mark that was neither too big nor too small. It was not doubtful that if it used a little strength, the ice under its feet would shatter inch by inch. It was also because of this that the human men didn't have the upper hand against him at all, because he had to take care of the people behind him. If all the ice around them were to break, they would have no place to stay. He could not help but warn again. This is the last time I'm reminding you. Leave this place quickly. This is not a place you should be. Or else, even if I have to risk my life, I'll take you down with me. He had an extreme solution to solve all of this. It could solve the threat of the white bear and protect the people behind him. But it would cost him his life. Just as the two sides tacitly stopped fighting, the atmosphere was still arrogant and domineering, as if the final path of life and death would be ignited soon. At this moment, a figure appeared not far away, and it was approaching at a steady pace. Whether it was the white bear or the pale human man, they were both powerhouses with extremely sharp senses. During the battle, just now, they did not notice the movements around them. Now that the person had appeared in their sight, they naturally looked over together. Chinyu did not seem to be under any pressure. Xuelon cultivated the path of the great oblivion. She did not care about anything in this world. To her, there was only one person in this world who was an exception. But other than him, everything else was just a fleeting cloud. She approached and left hurriedly. Fleeting clouds. Whether he lived or died, it had nothing to do with her. The distance between them was getting closer and closer. The white bear wanted to attack, but it retreated. Its keen intuition told it that the people in front of it were not to be trifled with. As long as one stared at them, one would be able to see through them and see the countless powerful existences in the ancient void. After regaining his senses, he was unwilling to leave so easily. However, he didn't have the slightest bit of malice towards the person who suddenly appeared. They even took the initiative to open up a path for him. This made the pale human male feel very surprised. Previously, no matter what he said, this beast had a stubborn look on his face. But now, in the face of this suspicious person who had suddenly appeared, they were willing to make way for him. He couldn't care less about cultivation realms. Just this point alone was enough for him to see hope. I'm sorry, but I want you to fight with me and help me defeat this white bear. Its destructive power is too great. I've been stuck here for a long time by myself, and this bastard actually gave in to you. As long as you are by my side, I will definitely be able to subdue this bastard in a short period of time. If it was a kind persuasion, perhaps he would agree. But his tone was clearly unquestionable. Chinyu just stood by and watched the show. Since it had nothing to do with him, he was just a passerby. Why should he interfere? Anyway, the white bear had already sensibly made way for them. It was easy for them to leave if they wanted to. On the other hand, the pale man was now almost forced to a dead end. No matter what the final result was, he had to compromise. Otherwise, he couldn't see any hope. Those who were able to survive in such a dangerous place were not kind-hearted people. Seeing that Qin Yu was indifferent, the pale man simply attacked the white bear directly, by Zhe force. Fengyan Rock. The man blocked the white bear while attacking. There was no other way out. If the white bear wanted to fight back, it had to attack Qin Yu and the others. There was no way to avoid it. Just as the crisis was about to befall it, the white bear didn't care about its intuition and directly counterattacked with all its strength. Suddenly, it stood up and roared. Its vigorous figure shuttled through the attacks. According to the pale man's thoughts, it went toward Qin Yu and the others. Xuelan was the first to bear the brunt of the huge impact. All of this happened too quickly, and the white bear was extremely powerful. Although it looked strong, its flexibility and speed were also very amazing. Before the white bear was about to touch Xuelan, Qin Yu's figure flashed past. He tapped the tip of his foot lightly. He directly moved to another place without leaving a trace. Compared to other places, the terrain here was higher and safer. Lying in the warm embrace, Xuelan's face was inadvertently pink. Even though she had been gently put down, she still couldn't recover for a long time. She is mine. No one can touch her. Those who dare to touch her will die without a doubt. So whether it was the white bear or the pale man, he was not going to let any of them go. Since they had to involve an innocent passerby like him, then they should pay the corresponding price. They should pay the price for what they had done. The white bear's keen intuition made it sense danger. It even put its old enemy aside and focused on facing this person who had suddenly appeared and brought it a strong sense of crisis. The pale man saw Qin Yu's casual movements and knew that things were not good. This person who had suddenly appeared was more powerful than he had imagined. If Qin Yu stood on top and wanted to take advantage of the situation, he couldn't guarantee that he could withstand it. Isn't that fairy not injured? It's just a small accident. As soon as the pale man finished speaking, then he felt a strong pressure coming at him. He was directly slapped into the ice. It took him a lot of effort to get up, but at this time, his body was covered with wounds. His breath became weak, and he was in a mess. The white bear took the lead to attack. It still wanted to use its dexterity to fight hand to hand, but as soon as it got into a familiar posture, it was easily knocked down. All of its agility and speed were unable to withstand a single blow from Qin Yu. After that, even if it changed several angles to attack, the result was the same. All of them ended in failure. Not a single one was successful. Do you know your mistake? The white bear was just an animal after all. It was completely enraged and felt deep fear. It could only respond with a weak growl. Chapter 942. Translator. Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations Shenren's keepsake Qin Yu raised his hand calmly. It seems that you still don't know your mistake. You don't even know how to admit defeat. Then you'll pay with your life. As soon as he finished speaking, the white bear died. An extremely powerful overlord in the polar region of the north died just like that. It was so easy that the pale man felt a little incredulous, but then he was deeply frightened. The white bear had been his old enemy for many years. The strength of the man and the bear had always been on par. At this moment, Qin Yu killed the white bear so easily. Didn't that mean that Qin Yu had the ability to kill him at any time? It just depended on Qin Yu's mood. The feeling of being manipulated by others was really uncomfortable, but he had to give in. After hesitating for a while, he tried to show his sincerity. I was blind just now. I didn't see the essence of your strength. I'm deeply sorry for this. but I still have the lives of all my subordinates behind me. So no matter what you ask, please don't take my life so easily, because I still have responsibilities on my shoulders." Chinyu looked at him for a while. He did seem very sincere. Then he asked him about the whereabouts of Kanshui Shinran. The pale man suddenly hesitated, but he suddenly thought of his current situation. No matter how bad it was, it couldn't be worse than now. Gritting his teeth, he told him some harmless news. He was the chief of one of the Aboriginals' clans. They had always believed in Kanshui Shinran and believed that Kanshui Shinran would bless them. It was a legend that originated from a long time ago. Even now, their tribe still kept a keepsake. It was the only keepsake because it was said that the other keepsakes had been used at other times. Seeing that his attitude was indeed quite sincere, Chinyu spared him from death. "If you can avoid death, you can't escape punishment. I'll charge you a certain price. Consider this matter settled." Then, without any explanation, he directly extracted a part of his strength. At this time, the pale man's strength had weakened a lot. Unable to resist, he could only watch helplessly as his strength continued to drop. Fortunately, in the end, his strength was not completely crippled, but he was definitely not an absolute powerhouse. Sensing the remaining strength in his body, he could only sigh and become even more respectful. That was because he knew better than anyone how heaven-defying it was to have such a powerful control over one's strength without damaging one's foundation while crippling one's strength. At least, he had never heard of such a thing before. Today was the first time he had seen it, and it was an eye-opener. Then, his attitude became even more respectful. The water-true dragon was an existence that could not be touched or seen. Although it was their lifelong belief, they still could not touch or touch it. Such a powerful person didn't have any ill intentions towards them. Although he seemed to be doing things as he pleased, as long as he didn't touch his bottom line, it was still very negotiable. He welcomed them on behalf of his people. This was a room made of ice. It really couldn't get any more simple and crude. However, there was a huge space inside. The deeper they went, the thicker the ice became. Therefore, even if they dug a 1-meter-tall hole in the ice, there wouldn't be any cracks. There wouldn't be any cracks on the flat surface either. In fact, they could live very comfortably. The cold wind outside was bleak. Although this was a room made of ice, without the cold wind inside, it felt much more comfortable. Soon, the pale man went to put on a thick fur coat and walked out. The reason why he could fight the white bear shirtless before was because he was in a state of battle. It was also because he had decent strength at that time that could help him resist the cold wind. But now, his strength had decreased a lot. Not to mention resisting the cold wind. Even staying in the room was a bit cold. Naturally, he had to find clothes that he hadn't worn in a long time and put them on. The conditions here were really simple, and there wasn't much to serve. It was just some frozen meat. Most of it was bear meat, rabbit meat, and some strange meat that they had never seen before. Of course, it could also be the meat of those fish monsters from before. The pale man was actually called Songqing. He was the chief of their small tribe. You want the token, but I need to discuss it with the big guy before I can give it to you. Also, the ancestors said before that if we don't encounter any danger of extermination, we can't use the token easily. What he meant was that he wasn't sure whether he could get it or not. But before, he had made a solemn vow and said it very confidently. It was as if he had already gotten the thing in his hands, so he could make such a promise so easily. Chinyu smiled faintly. He didn't dwell on these trivial details with him. There was only one purpose for him to come here, to find Kanshui Shinran. Originally, he didn't want to find the real Kanshui Shinran here. He just wanted to find the real place where it was. Even if it was in other god realms, he could find a way to go there. After all, It was just crossing into the god realms. Song Qing didn't dare to delay. He said that he would find someone else who could make the decision, so he went to find someone else. And he explained the cause and effect of the matter clearly. He had his own ideas, and when he spoke of them, he was open and honest. Since it helped us defeat the white bear and get rid of a hidden danger, it is our benefactor. Of course, we can't give the token away so easily, but we have no other choice. The situation is getting worse and worse. I want to use this final token to fight for more benefits for the people of our tribe. His idea was to use the last token that was said to be able to contact Kanshui Shinran in exchange for something to help them get through this cold season. When the weather warmed up a little, then the tribe, young and old, would be able to go out. When the time came, the periphery would be rich with water and grass, and they could go there to hunt. It was said that the outside world was very prosperous, and there were many super powerhouses who could destroy heaven and earth with a snap of their fingers. There were also mountains of resources flowing in, but here they were, incomparably barren. There was nothing. All the richness was covered by a thick layer of ice. Even mining was extremely difficult, and in the end, they had no choice but to give up. It was such a rare opportunity to exchange for a lot of things from these outsiders. Everyone fell into deep thought. If it was just an ordinary person, of course they wouldn't even think about it and would directly kick them out. But Qin Yu had done them a favor, and this favor had to be repaid. Chapter 943. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. If there was a way to repay this favor, it could also help his people gain a certain amount of profit. Wouldn't that be the best of both worlds? You want a sum of resources to help you get through this winter? Qin Yu repeated Song Qing's request word by word. Song Qing himself felt that this request was a little too much. He was the one who said that he would hand over the inheritance token. But now, not only did he keep delaying it, but he also wanted to get a sum of resources from the outside world from his benefactor. But this winter was really too difficult to get through. The winter in the north was extremely long. It was terrifyingly long. But this year's resources were extremely poor. Before winter came, they didn't even fill up the warehouse and store enough prey. Where is the warehouse where you store things? Take me there. Although the warehouse was an extremely important place, but now they didn't have much in the warehouse. Song Qing could make this decision himself. They left these houses made of ice blocks and walked 100 miles. There was an extremely thick layer of ice here. It was difficult to see with the naked eye, but Song Qing's people had lived here for a very long time. After generations of accumulation, they knew every place like the back of their hand. In the end, they found the most suitable place to build a warehouse. Because the layer of ice here was thick enough, they could dig a large hole in the ice. They used extremely cold ice blocks to help them place their prey. If the meat was thrown into their specially built warehouse, it could be stored for a long time. It could be kept for more than a year without going bad. There was only one place here that wasn't made of ice, but it was made of ice blue stones that looked very similar to ice. It was covered in snow. Even if someone walked on it, they wouldn't be able to recognize it. In fact, it wasn't ice. Someone deliberately made a passage. Song Qing didn't use any fancy moves. He directly opened the door with brute force. The huge underground warehouse was revealed. But when he went in, he realized that it was empty. There wasn't much in it. Compared to the huge space, the pitiful amount of food in the corner was too little. There were also hides and other things that took up a small space. But other than food and hides, there was nothing left. Song Qing's greatest wish in life was to fill this warehouse. Every clan leader who sat in his position would have such thoughts and expectations. However, no one had ever done this before. Only in some distant legends would there be stories of warehouses being filled up. Song Qing had always thought that it was just a legend. He saw countless items appear out of thin air in the warehouse. The exit they occupied became the only empty space in the area. Are these enough? If it's not enough, just add more. But you won't be able to store it here. Your warehouse is a little too small. As a warehouse, it was big enough. It was able to store all the people of their clan and survive the cold season in abundance. Song Qing thought that the warehouse being filled to the brim was the limit of his imagination. But when he walked out in a panic, he saw a mountain made of all kinds of things appear on the ground out of thin air. He couldn't find words to describe the shock he felt. That's too much. We don't need that much. He had already made up his mind to take advantage of this opportunity to get as many things as possible. But these things had already exceeded his expectations. It was even dozens of times more. Such a huge amount. No matter how thick-skinned he was too embarrassed to ask for it. So he hurriedly said that it was enough. These things were enough for them to use for 2 winters. Moreover, they couldn't even fit in the warehouse. Qin, you casually put away a small mountain made of all kinds of resources in front of him. There were a lot of coins and things that could be of use to these people. However, he had too many resources in his hands, and they were too varied. So he simply took them all out. Anyway, he didn't emphasize what kind of things he needed. Take a look and get someone to tidy it up. The warehouse should be filled with things that you can use. For example, the devil flame that could burn continuously, or the warm robe made from the fur of immortal spirit beast powerhouses. There were countless things like that. Those big sects didn't have many really good things. So they took a lot of small things to make up the numbers. These things were only of medium quality. Just as Song Qing saw, he was still holding something as tall as a mountain in his hand. Just filling up a warehouse was a drop in the bucket for him. Too much, too much. We can't use all these things at all. Although he said that, Song Qing's face was full of excitement. The quality of these things was far beyond his imagination. Originally, he just wanted some charcoal that could be used for warmth and some carpets that could be spread on the ground for warmth. But without exception, these things were all of extremely high quality. Even with his current strength, the weapons in his hands couldn't compare to the value of the top 10 things in the warehouse. They had been poor for too long. These things were undoubtedly a huge sum of money that fell from the sky to them. It was enough to make them excited for a long time. And they might even party over it. The excited Song Qing didn't immediately announce the good news to everyone. He only let a portion of the people know about it first. Then he picked a few honest and strong young men to help him move out some of the supplies. At least he let everyone receive this benefit first. But now wasn't the right time to say that they had so many things in their hands. Otherwise, they would feel comfortable and want to stay at home all day. How could they train their bodies? They were people who had to live in the extreme north since they were born. Men, women, old and young. All of them had to go out and hunt regularly. Everyone had their own division of labor. Even if they didn't get anything in the end, this was what they had to do every day. Everyone's bowls that were chiseled out of ice were filled to the brim with sweet and refreshing white wine. These high-quality white wines were naturally from that batch of supplies. None of the things that Qin stored were of inferior quality. Even this seemingly ordinary white wine could strengthen one's physique. It had an excellent effect on their cultivation. But now, all the ordinary people were given a cup. It was a complete waste of this good wine. Chapter 944. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation, summoning Shenrenif Qin. You didn't mention it. No one would know how precious the wine was. Dong Qian used thousands of good materials and finally spent a few decades before he was barely able to brew this jar of mellow wine. A group of men, women, old, and young toasted each other, and the wine was emptied. The strong wine went down their throats. It went from the throat to the stomach. An endless warmth spread to his limbs and bones. Even the surrounding cold had become insignificant. Good wine. Why does it feel so good after drinking this wine? Maybe this is the good wine in the outside world. They brought up so many things. It seems that the outside world is really as prosperous as the rumors say. I heard that there is wealth everywhere. You can pick it up on the streets. What's a street? Oh, it's the kind of wide roads paved with bricks. People come and go. That's called a street. The simple natives knew very little about the outside world. When they saw the things that Chinyu brought them, they thought that the outside world was so prosperous. This wine was really good for the body, but it was also very sweet and intoxicating. It was conceivable that these weaker, ordinary people would soon pass out after drinking a few glasses of wine. They didn't even know what they were talking about. They talked about the streets in the outside world. Then they talked about whether there was wealth everywhere, and they could pick it up casually. Then they talked about how the houses in the outside world were built with gold and silver. But as the leader of the tribe, Songqing didn't stop these discussions. He was even a little curious. He had never been to the outside world. He could only make some guesses from these speculations. So he didn't know whether these speculations were right or wrong. He listened with interest. He didn't reply, and even asked Chinyu if there was really wealth everywhere outside, and if there were experts all over the place. Of course, it's not as exaggerated as you said. He thought about everything that had happened since he arrived in the immortal world. Chin, you gave a certain answer. As long as you follow the prescribed order, you will soon find a way to heaven. As long as you don't fear danger and put in a lot of effort, you will be able to get what you want in the end. Maybe there will be some unexpected surprises in the end. In any case, although his journey was not smooth sailing, he had never encountered any danger that could make him afraid. All the experts in front of him had been dealt with by him. In the eyes of others, they were undefeatable existences. All of them had been destroyed by him. However, he had originally wanted to take things one step at a time and take it slow. Seeing how confident he was, Songqing couldn't help but want to go out and explore. Of course, he knew how difficult it was to reach the heavens in one step. That was something that was almost impossible. However, Chinyu had spoken too casually, and he had indeed been a little rude. So what if he wanted to explore the world? As long as he could bring back so many things that Chinyu had given him this time, even if he had to take the risk, it was worth it. After the celebration, Songqing pulled Chinyu to a relatively remote corner. He gave him a palm-sized disc. There were no patterns on the disc, only some simple whirlpools. However, if one looked carefully for a long time, one would be able to see layers of waves in these whirlpools. The waves kept surging and finally set off a huge wave that soared to the sky. Then it slammed down heavily, creating a pit that was neither deep nor shallow on the surface of the water. The waves surged and formed a huge whirlpool at some point. At first, it was just a small dot, but later it became bigger and bigger. Chin, you seem to be able to feel the suction of the huge whirlpool from afar. However, at the last moment, he still withdrew his power. He also completely isolated the very faint traces of the whirlpool on it. This disc was indeed a little strange, but he was not sure if it could summon Kanshui Shinran. Why don't we try it now? There's no time like the present. Since I've obtained this disc today, why should I delay it? It's a world of ice and snow here, and everywhere is barren. Even if Shinran appears, no one will notice. Xuelon suddenly said. As she said, there was indeed no better environment than here. Songqing's eyes lit up slightly when he heard this. This was the best. He could also see what kind of god Kenshue Shinran was in the legends of his ancestors. How powerful was his real body? Then let's give it a try. Qin Yu imbued his energy into the circular plate. Then he gently pinched the disc into two very neat halves with his fingers. The fracture was extremely smooth, as if it had been cut directly with a sharp blade. At the moment when the disc was broken, there was a slight fluctuation in the air. Then this trace of fluctuation crossed countless time and space. This caused the divine dragon in the other world to open its eyes. He had been in a deep sleep, but now he felt the call and opened his eyes. But you are calling me. The voice passed through the ages. It came slowly. It came to this world. But no one knew the true face of the dragon god. Shenren's voice came first before his position, and through such a long distance, it was still so clear. There was no doubt that it must be a legendary existence. The sky was broken like a mirror. An extremely huge figure appeared. This figure could not be described with any words. It was so huge that it occupied the entire sky. However, everyone could only look at this figure with reverence. Shinran looked at every creature on the glacier with calm eyes. Everything in the world was in his eyes. They were all equal, but the people who summoned him were particularly different. This token could summon him. Often, some people wanted to put forward conditions to him. Maybe they wanted to achieve the purpose of the transaction, or they wanted to get something from him. There were also some people who went crazy and wanted to sacrifice something to him. But he had already dealt with those who had brought disaster to the world. If it was just a normal and ordinary transaction, it wasn't a big deal. But this time, it was a little different from any other summons in the past. This time, Shinran saw a person whose strength did not match his realm at all. An extremely special existence. He had never seen such a special existence. But Shinran had not forgotten the purpose of his visit this time. Who summoned me? Under Tsang Qing's excited and expectant gaze, Qin Yu smiled and took a step forward. He sized up a powerful existence without hesitation. Shenren's aura was distant and mighty, but it was not aggressive. He looked at everything the same way. In his eyes, everything in the world was equal. Chapter 945. It was as if everything in the world, even a snowflake, was no different from every life in his eyes. Was the so-called path to becoming a god of the supreme great path like this? Even though Qin Yu admires such an expert and also admires him for being able to treat everything in the world the same, he does not agree with such complete ruthlessness. There were many interesting things in the world. If one pursued strength, they could only maintain such a cold state. They were not interested in anything in the world. They regarded all life in the world as their descendants. It was just too boring. If one reached the highest realm, this was the attitude. Then why did they pursue such great strength? I summoned you. I want a drop of your essence blood. I think one day you will crawl at my feet. Kenshue Shenren's gaze still did not change. He was just a little surprised to hear such an outrageous condition today. In the past, there were some conditions for him to help the holder of the token do something. These things might be extremely cruel, or maybe it was just the holder of the token. In order to satisfy his own selfish desires, he wanted to cause suffering in the world. He originally thought that he had heard that he had to destroy a part of the world. This was already the most ridiculous statement he could hear. But now he heard an even more ridiculous statement. You want me to submit to you? Do you know what kind of existence I am? Offer his essence blood. What was the difference between this and taking the initiative to submit? Every drop of essence blood was extremely important, especially for the dragon clan. That was their strength, their life, and their everything. Qin Yu's words were undoubtedly arrogant to him, asking him to kneel down and call him master. You don't understand how powerful Shenron is. I can easily destroy everyone here. Even this glacier can be melted with a single thought from me. Qin Yu shook his head. He already had some guesses about this and had some understanding of it. He was not as ignorant as Kanshui Shenron thought. It's you who don't understand. Kanshui Shenron stared at the arrogant man in front of him, who made him want to laugh maniacally. But gradually, he couldn't laugh anymore. At his current level, he had long been able to rely on his intuition to do many things. Now he truly felt it. It was a mysterious feeling. It was as if the young man in front of him was looking at him confidently. Indeed, he would be able to fulfill his promise one day. One day, he would really be able to trample the dragon god under his feet. It was even possible that these dragon gods would bow down to him. Therefore, he did not laugh. As long as I give you a drop of essence blood, this matter will end here, right? Song Qing's eyes retreated again and again. He looked at Qin Yu, who was still calm and composed, as if he was not surprised at all. The shock in his heart was like a tidal wave, almost drowning him. The mighty Kanshui Shenron had compromised. Just now, he was still shocked by Qin Yu's request. But now, he couldn't say a single word. To think that there would be a day when such a powerful existence would compromise. You're wrong. This time, I have indeed come for your essence blood. I have a token in my hand, and you need to meet my condition. Qin Yu stood in a world of ice and snow. Beside him stood a person like ice and snow. It was as if everything else in the world did not exist. Kanshui Shenron had never seen such an arrogant person. But inexplicably, he really believed it, because of those extremely bright eyes, because of the calm aura around him. He had seen countless people lie in front of him, using all kinds of reasons and excuses, but without exception, they would never have such bright eyes, nor would they look directly into his eyes, because every Shenron was absolutely part of the whole, and it could even be said that Shenron itself was out of his control. Their every move was enough to affect the ninefold God realm. It could bring earth-shaking changes. So, Shenron had been dormant at the end of the world. In the end, Kanshui Shenron still left. Before leaving, he left a few words for Qin Yu. My origin essence blood contains extremely great power, Yang Kai said with a smile. If I give it to you now, I'm afraid it's too late. Why don't you come to me when you're stronger? If you have the strength, then you can go to the water realm to find the top of Nanshan Mountain. I'll live there for a long time. If you have the strength and ability, come to me. Then I'll definitely come to fulfill my promise today. After saying these words, Kanshui Shenron left directly. At the top of Nanshan Mountain in the water realm, was this the strength of the strong? This was the true strength of the true God realm, and there might even be stronger experts. After all the people of the major sects were all cheated and suffered heavy losses, another major event happened. For some reason, a piece of the sky suddenly broke. There were countless chaos demons in the void. They were not people of the dark realm, nor were they abyssal creatures. They had never even been recognized. At this time, these guys could only hide in the void. If it wasn't for the fact that a piece of the sky suddenly broke, it would never be their turn to show up. But after these Mother of Chaos appeared, they burned, killed, looted, and sucked human flesh and blood. They even captured many women for reproduction. All of a sudden, a large number of low-level chaos fiends gushed out. At first, when the sky collapsed, everyone wanted to fill the hole. But later on, he found out how difficult it was to patch up the sky. They could only use the legendary mud of all creation. Purple cloud stone, green cloud axe. None of them could be missing. All of these things had to be used as materials to fill the sky. But now, who could take out so many things? There was no one in this world who could take out so many divine objects. In fact, no one even knew the reason for this. Why did a corner of the sky suddenly collapse? Everyone was panicking. Chinyu was in the extreme north and only learned of this news last. Now, purple cloudstone, green cloud axe, they had all been gathered. These were the collections of the ancestors of the major sections. They had always been enshrined as divine objects. But now the world was in chaos. If they didn't take out these things, the entire immortal realm would be destroyed. Even if they could still catch their breath by then, who could guarantee that they would survive? These chaos fiends could really leave as they wished. Now that they were developing so quickly, it would be too late by the time everyone wanted to fight back. Everyone could only speed up. But now, they were still missing the most important mud of all creation. This was the most important thing. Chapter 946. Legend had it that the mud of all creation was the first piece of soil to appear at the beginning of heaven and earth. It contained the power of the entire world, and it was this small piece of soil that turned into all things in the world. Only such a divine object could mend the heavens. However, the immortal world was vast and boundless. Where could one go to find the legendary mud of all creation? Now that the immortal world had grown to such an extent, even if the mud of all creation still existed, it would be extremely rare. Moreover, there were no traces of the mud of all creation in the various large sects and factions. Even if such a divine object really existed in this world, there was no way to quickly find it in a short period of time. When Chinyu heard the name of the mud of all creation, he suddenly thought of a certain old man who had been missing for a long time. If he wasn't wrong, it seemed that Xiantian Senzin had a piece of the mud of all creation. At that time, Xiantian Senzin had solemnly vowed that he had taken away all the mud of all creation. Moreover, after countless years of change, the mud of all creation had long become one and even had its own consciousness. The mud of all creation could choose whether it wanted to sacrifice its life for the world. If all the mud of all creation in the immortal world had been taken away by Xiantian Senzin, didn't that mean that if they couldn't find this old man, they wouldn't be able to resolve the crisis before them? Xuelan looked at the huge hole in the sky with a solemn expression. Extremely powerful monsters would come out of the dark hole. These monsters would spread and wreak havoc in the surroundings in a short period of time. Moreover, as time passed, she didn't know if it was just her imagination. It seemed that the huge crack in the sky had expanded by a lot. Where exactly did Master go? Chinyu brought Xuelan all the way back, because their speed was relatively slow. In order to speed up and reach the disaster area as quickly as possible, he had his clone appear again and bring the two of them there. This was the first time he and his clone appeared at the same time. They were clearly the same person, but they had two different perspectives. This was a strange feeling. It wasn't that the scene in front of him was split into two, but that he could clearly see his other self through it. However, ignoring this strange feeling, their speed was still extremely fast. Needless to say, the clone's strength had already reached the pinnacle. If there were no true gods in this world, the strength of the clone would be unparalleled. He could even compete with Xiantian Senzin. A doppelganger brought them over quickly. In less than a quarter of an hour, they had arrived at the disaster area from the depths of the extreme north. This place was close to the south. They had traversed more than half of the immortal realm, but it had only taken a quarter of an hour. Of course, the clone consumed a lot of energy. Although the doppelganger was extremely powerful, it was not without limitations. It would require an enormous amount of resources to be replenished. It was extremely difficult to find a crystal that was as powerful as the blood amber and contained an enormous amount of energy. Therefore, he could only use quantity. In just 15 minutes, he had used up a small portion of his mountain-like resources. If it was a battle, it would only be used more often. However, it was clear that these resources had been used in the right places. By the time they arrived, Chaos Devils were already wreaking havoc everywhere. As far as the eye could see, the ground was covered in ruins. These big sects have such a huge amount of resources, but none of them are doing anything. Chinyu was particularly angry. Those sects actually did not send people to clean up the area and only surrounded the periphery. But what was the use? He saw with his own eyes how the elite disciples of a certain sect were flustered when facing the Chaos Devils. In the end, they all died in the mouths of the Chaos Devils. The ground was covered in bright red. One by one, the disciples of the sects who were dressed in bright and beautiful clothes could only scream and hide in all directions. However, their screams only made the Chaos Devils even more excited. These Chaos Devils did not have any rationality. The more the prey they had set their eyes on struggled, the more it would arouse their killing intent. It was easy to imagine that these fleeing disciples would only lead the Chaos Fiend to a place further away from the Chaos Fiend. At that time, the disaster area would be even more serious. Wherever the Chaos Devils came into contact with the Chaos Devils, if they dealt with it according to the way they dealt with it, they would definitely seal and isolate it. This would only cause the disaster situation to worsen. When the Chaos Devils were done wreaking havoc here, they would turn to attack the sect disciples that isolated them. This was yet another vicious cycle that repeated itself over and over again. In an extremely short period of time, they had already lost many cities. If they went further in, they would be closer to the center. If they spread in other directions, they would also reach the Cloud Immortal City that Chinyu had been to before. You stay here and look after these ordinary people. I'll go and kill them all. These Chaos Devils dare to be so presumptuous in front of me. All of them are courting death. After Chinyu rushed into the crowd, he heard countless pleas, screams, and the strange laughter of the Chaos Devils. All the sounds blended together to form a disgusting movement. A sword, a slash. All the voices stopped. The Chaos Devils could smell the blood of their own kind. They all stopped what they were doing. They looked at Chinyu at the same time with great tacit understanding. The ordinary people who could still move quickly ran away. Even if they more or less had a certain level of cultivation, if they could raise their weapons, they were not without the ability to resist. But none of them had the guts. Or rather, all of them were scared out of their wits. They did not even dare to raise their weapons to resist. Just like that, they were seriously injured. Kill, kill, kill. Kill all the Chaos Fiends. Countless Chaos Devils all rushed forward. Chinyu did not know how many times he had raised his hands. He did not know how long he had been fighting, until his hands were a little numb, until everything in front of him became calm. Only then did he stop his hands. The ground was covered in the blood of the Chaos Devils and the twisted corpses of the Chaos Devils. Is it finally over? But it's not enough. Since you dared to rush in, you must be prepared to never return. Xuelon stood at the back and watched Chinyu's figure bathed in blood. She lowered her head and looked at her jade-like fingers. Suddenly, she moved. With a casual wave of her hand, an ice-blue ribbon appeared. She tied up all the injured people nearby. She transferred them to a safe place. She also gave them some medicine for their injuries. With her clone here, no one dared to have any ideas about her. In the end, it even attracted a lot of praise from everyone. But they would never know that those who were brave enough to fight at the front and win every battle were truly worthy of admiration. Chapter 947. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Shualan didn't argue with them. Occasionally, she would stare blankly into the distance. Once you return, you'll see that the rear has been properly arranged. She wanted to travel side by side with Chinyu, so she had to work hard. Another extremely powerful chaos fiend had died by his hand. This was already another one. Chinyu couldn't even remember how many chaos demons he'd killed. But after the chaos demons fell one by one, he would take a few deep breaths from time to calm himself down. He didn't want to become a monster immersed in killing. Ever since he received the Shura's countless years of inheritance, his murderous nature had grown stronger. Anyone who made him unhappy, as long as they were his enemies, he wanted to kill them all. Now that he was on the battlefield, his murderous nature greatly increased his strength. But he would never be swayed by any emotion other than his own. Since he'd learned the Shura's inheritance, it should be used by him, not used to influence him. The terrifying murderous intent in Qin Yu's eyes gradually receded, returning him to his usual calmness. This mood couldn't affect him at all. It couldn't even make him make any decisions that went against common sense. Not far away, a powerful aura rippled. It seemed to be about as strong as the chaos demon he'd just killed. If converted to the immortal realm's power level, it should have reached the Holy Ruler realm. Another one? I wonder who fought him to a draw. When he went over, he realized it was someone he knew. Huorong was in a hurry to fight this extremely ferocious opponent, so she didn't notice the details around her. But there was one piece of information she couldn't forget, because Chinyu had Qian's aura, and it was extremely dense. To her, it was a very special existence. Why are you here? It's very dangerous here. It's very dangerous here. If you want to help, then retreat to the back. All the chaos demons here have reached an extremely powerful level. Of course, there weren't many of them, but every opponent was very troublesome. No one knew how many chaos demons there were in the void. In short, ever since the big hole in the sky, there had been an endless supply. In a moment of distraction, the chaos demon in front of Huorong opened its ferocious teeth, covered in saliva. It was about to bite Huorong's throat. It was too late for Huorong to dodge now. She could only use this cruel method to protect herself. But just after she'd done all her preparations, the chaos demon, which was only a hair's breadth from her, suddenly stopped all its movements. His body stiffened as he fell to the ground, twitching slightly. A moment later, he completely stopped breathing. Chinyu indifferently withdrew his hand. A dark red light flashed in his eyes. There seemed to be some dark veins on his blood-stained hand. However, it soon disappeared without a trace. Your strength. Only now did Huorong notice how fast his strength had increased. Clearly, the strength that he had seen before could only be considered ordinary. She, her, was translation, her. She, translation, translation in translation to her to translation. Her translation to translation had become an extremely powerful expert. He wasn't any weaker than her. You can actually fight across so many realms. You're only at the peak of the immortal soul realm, but you can fight against sage kings. He'd crossed 2 realms. For ordinary people, it was already extremely difficult to cross a small realm. But now he'd crossed 2 realms. That was 2 realms. Huorong didn't know what to say. She couldn't possibly admire her son's good taste at such a dangerous time. He'd caught the most talented human in one go. He was even the most talented in the immortal world. In any case, if a powerful expert suddenly appeared at such a dangerous time, it would be impossible for him to escape. It would be of great help to the battle. After that, Huorong saw what an earth-shattering change was. She was shocked at first, then slightly surprised, and then completely indifferent. After all, this was Chinyu. He was extraordinary and had extremely powerful strength. Wasn't that normal? It wasn't strange after seeing so much. If you kill a chaos devil here, you'll be rewarded by all the major sects and factions working together. You've already killed countless chaos fiends, and quite a few of them were extremely powerful. Logically speaking, you should be able to receive a huge amount of resources. If you have time, you can also go and claim your own reward. Chinyu's expression was a little strange. It seemed that not long ago, he'd asked for an extremely rich amount of resources from all the major sects and factions. He didn't expect them to have recovered in such a short time. And they'd even taken out an extremely large amount of resources. Out of curiosity, he asked what the so-called rewards were. Hurong thought for a moment, then gave an example and told him some of the things she'd received. Actually, this was a reward. It was especially used as an incentive for the people below. For people of their realm, these rewards weren't very important, but some extremely precious materials were still enough to make experts take action. Those who were watching from the sidelines quickly jumped out and took the initiative to help them solve this problem. As expected, I didn't take out my own assets at that time. It could only make them feel a little heartache. In this way, he didn't feel guilty at all. He did everything openly. Even if he faced those people from the major factions again, he wasn't afraid at all. However, there were very few people who knew him. There were very few people who could recognize him, and they were servants who had signed a contract with him. They wished that they would never see this master of theirs. That way, they wouldn't have to listen to others' orders. Long time no see. How have you been recently? Chinyu saw a lot of familiar-looking people here. He saw someone trying to sneak away from the crowd, so he took the initiative to greet him. Hurong happened to know that person, so she took the initiative to greet him. Yang Xianjun, I didn't expect you to know him. Yang Xianjun kept screaming in his heart, wanting to escape. But because of the master-servant contract, he had to stop when Chinyu told him to. He couldn't hesitate at all. So he was forced to stay. He acted as if he'd known him for a long time. Everyone who had signed the contract couldn't resist Chinyu's orders. Chapter 948. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation, the contract between master and servant maintained life. Once it was established, if one wanted to repent, one had to pay the price with one's life. But since one could sign this contract, they were all cowards. Even if they were greedy for life and afraid of death, they would forever be controlled by others and could only listen to the orders of one person. It's really been a long time. I don't know much about what happened before. He was really shocked. If not for this, he would not have been able to imagine a person who was just a mystic immortal not long ago. He could actually toy with all the major forces in the immortal world. However, Hurong, who stood to the side, did not have any of that. She even felt that she was introducing Chinyu in high spirits. Her words were full of admiration and praise. Yang Xianjuan's heart was full of bitterness. He still had to smile and go along. Because of the contract, he could not even show the slightest bit of unhappiness. Even his emotions were controlled by others and could not be controlled. He's really a young talent. At such a young age, with such cultivation, he can actually make so many contributions. Don't worry. Since he's an acquaintance, I naturally have to give him the highest reward. Moreover, such a young talent naturally has to be publicized to the world. It can be considered as an encouragement and a role model. Hurong was relieved after hearing this. With the further recognition of Chinyu, she was even glad that her son had recognized such a strong person as his master early on. His future was obviously limitless. Now that he had such a good fortune in such a short time, no matter what setbacks he faced in the future. At the very least, he would be stronger than a sage king. If he could become Senzin, he would be the second most powerful person in the entire immortal world. The Millennium Frost Plume Flower, the Millennium Stalactite, the Eastern Cassiopeia tree. These extremely precious heavenly treasures of heaven and earth were already among the rewards that the major sects could take out. They were very good. It was enough to stand out among all the rewards. Seeing so many beautiful and coveted treasures, he couldn't help but drool. Everyone could not help but be a little restless. Who was it that had such great ability to obtain so many good rewards? Someone was behind this and gave all the good things to someone they knew. Was this person really worthy of such good treasures and resources when school started? Yang Xianjun took a step forward. Although his strength was not considered to be the best among the crowd, he was the one in charge of this matter, and he also had some status. Ever since he escaped from the mysterious dragon clan, the sect had arranged many lucrative jobs for him in order to compensate them. He had placed him in an important position, so now he could even manage some experts who were stronger than him. Therefore, when he stood out, the crowd immediately quieted down. There were no longer so many whispers. If you can achieve the same results as him, killing 3 Saint Kings and countless chaos demons in a short period of time, then all of you will also receive such generous rewards and rewards. Under the surveillance of so many great powers, how could anyone possibly cheat? Instead of being jealous of other people's gains, why don't you go out and make more contributions? Then come back and ask me for the rewards you want. Once these words came out, everyone was speechless. With so many battle achievements in front of them, even if they still had some complaints in their hearts, who could say anything? Their strength was only slightly higher than that of the others. No one would take the risk to test Qin Yu's strength personally. Qin Yu already had these things in his hands. But after all, it was still a bonus. Even if he did not use them himself, he could give them to Huorong or use them to exchange for information. It was also very convenient. Although they were worthless in his eyes, many people were scrambling for them, who asked these things to be priceless treasures in their eyes. Even Yang Xianjun was extremely envious after seeing them. Although he had such a lucrative job, he could not easily touch these rewards that were going to be given out. If he really dared to touch them, the sect might not be able to protect him. One had to know that there were many great powers in the immortal world here. All the big and small powers. All of them had to support this matter this time. The strong contributed, and the rich contributed. No one could escape this responsibility. Even the weaklings who had no abilities had to escape quickly to prevent themselves from becoming a breeding ground for the chaos demons. Suddenly, a jade box was placed in front of Yang Xianjun. Before he could happily take it, he saw a hand pressing on the jade box. He could only stop all his actions and look at the owner of this hand, Qin Yu, with some confusion. What are we missing now? What is the attitude of the great sects towards this hole in the sky? Tell me everything truthfully. If you tell me enough details, the things in this jade box will belong to you. This was a 10,000-year-old milkstone. It just so happened that it was extremely useful to him. If he used this rare treasure of heaven and earth that could only be seen once in 10,000 years, then he would be able to break through his current realm. He might even be able to break through to the higher realm of the Holy King. Yang Xianjun didn't even think about it carefully before she told him everything she knew. Originally, he had no way to resist everything that came from Qin Yu. Now that he was able to obtain a huge benefit while completing the order, what could be more relaxing than this? He did not even resist all the orders. If he could obtain a benefit every time he completed an order, then there was no need for him to refuse these benefits at all. Now, All the great and small factions in the world of immortals treated the hole in the sky the same way. They wanted to fill the hole. But now that they couldn't find the mud of all creation, someone proposed to use countless lives as a sacrifice to set up a huge formation. They wanted to kill all the chaos demons that had intruded, but in the end, this would lead to all the fertile and barren lands around the crack becoming a land of death with no vitality. Moreover, this method could only deal with the symptoms, but not the root cause. It could only kill the chaos demons that were causing trouble, but it could not fill the huge hole in the sky. Thus, the world of immortals was still in dispute. Some people even proposed to wake up all the ancestors of the major sections. Let these old monsters who had not stepped into the world for countless years take action. Of course, the latter was more reliable. But those old monsters who had not appeared in the world for countless years were all either exhausted or in seclusion to break through. If they were forcefully interrupted, it would damage the foundations of the various sects. Chapter 949. Even at such a time, there was still no end to the dispute. Some people even said that the mysterious expert who suddenly appeared could be an opportunity. Now, because of the sudden appearance of this huge hole and the series of unforeseen events, all the major forces were already in a terrible fix. The main reason was that they did not have enough manpower to control all of this. The speed at which the Mother of Chaos was spreading was too fast. If there was no absolute expert, there was no way to control the situation. In fact, at the beginning, they still had the upper hand, so not many people cared. Who knew that there would be a huge hole in the back that would be constantly replenished? Then, these chaos demons appeared faster and faster, and their numbers increased. Then, countless experts began to descend, causing great destruction. Currently, more than 10 cities were in trouble. Some had even become the world of the chaos demons. The situation was terrible. In the end, the idea of looking for Master was left unresolved. It seems that some experts from some sects who can be awakened will appear soon. One of them is the Xiantian Holy Master of the Xiantian sect. It's said that he has already left the Holy Ruler realm and is only one step away from Shenzhen. That's why he has the name Holy Master. He was only one step away from becoming an immortal venerable. That meant that he was still only a Holy Ruler realm. Such a person could only be of limited use here. He could only be used to stall for time. It could be seen how barren the immortal realm was now. However, I heard that there is another Holy Master in the Xiantian sect who is about to break through, and it's going to happen soon. If he makes a move, perhaps a miracle will happen. In the current world, a holy ruler was enough to dominate an area, and Shenzhen was even more powerful. Otherwise, Shenron, who had suddenly appeared and no one knew him, would not have been able to deceive so many people so easily. The main reason was that they were too eager for the appearance of an expert, so much so that when such an expert really appeared, they did not even have any doubts. Even after they were severely scammed, there were still people who wanted to find that mysterious expert to help them solve this crisis. Yang Xianjun was also a little worried about this. Thus, he asked Qin Yu if he had a way to solve the problem. Of course, he knew who had the spirits of all things and who had enough materials to mend the sky, but he couldn't find anyone. It will appear when it's time to appear. The immortal world is so big. Can't we find a solution? The collapse of the sky this time was really strange. Even if the world of immortals was in danger of being destroyed, Shenron would not sit idly by. However, in the void, the two Shenron stared at each other. It was a pure and flawless white divine dragon. He looked at Kanshue Shenron, who had just left. The bright Shenron that had always protected the immortal world. He was awakened when a part of the sky collapsed. He didn't intend to ignore it, He just wanted to find the source of everything. The source of all this was Kanshue Shinran, because he suddenly appeared and suddenly left, plus a series of coincidences, which led to such a big commotion. If it had been before, it would have been fine. But now, the world was not as prosperous as before. It had become much more barren. It was very difficult to gather materials. You are destroying the entire immortal world. Why did you come to my immortal world when you had nothing to do? Why didn't you stay in your water realm? Shinran asked in a calm tone. The danger facing the entire immortal world was not very important in his eyes. But if he didn't intervene in the current situation, it would be very difficult to achieve self-recovery. Just this matter alone would cause the immortal world to be silent for a long time. Everyone in the immortal world had suffered heavy losses. Even his power had been somewhat affected. Kanshue Shinran looked at this old friend he hadn't seen for many years. He didn't expect that there would be so much trouble after he left. But now he only used an extremely calm tone to tell Shinran to lay low and not interfere too much. If you interfere too much, it will be like wind and thunder. In the end, you will end up like that. You won't even be able to hide in the two realms. Everything has its own destiny. Even you and I can't interfere too much. We have great power, and we have to control ourselves. You say it's all because of me. I don't accept it. You'd better think about whether or not you want to interfere. Regardless of the fact that we were born at the same time, you'd better not interfere. The world has its own cycle. In the end, the entire ninefold God realm would be destroyed. As time passed, this world of nothingness would give birth to a new world. Finally, it would evolve into a new world. When the time came, perhaps 9 new Shinran would be born. Although that should be a long, long time in the future, they couldn't stop the will of heaven. Shinran seemed to be a little angry, but because he didn't have too many superfluous emotions, he left immediately even though he was angry. Kanshue Shinran had originally wanted to tell him that a new variable had appeared in the immortal world. As he watched Shenron's departing figure, he also left indifferently. Faced with countless choices, Shinran chose to leave immediately and didn't want to hear anything more. That was also the destiny of the unseen. There was no need for him to take the initiative to chase after her and explain everything clearly. After wandering around outside for a long time, he finally got his things back. Xiantian, Senzin, suddenly felt that someone was calling out to him. It was an extremely mysterious feeling, and only someone he trusted could call out to him in this almost telepathic way. The only person he trusted in this world was the disciple he'd cultivated since childhood. He was also the disciple he was most proud of. It seems that I have to end things early. I'll let these guys linger on for a while longer. Xiantian Senzin casually opened a door to the void. Of course, his strength couldn't support him in crossing the 2 realms in a single step. However, he also had the ability to accurately travel through the void. Countless monsters hidden in the void pounced on Xiantian Senzin when they saw him again. But in the end, they all died at his hands, until Xiantian Senzin saw a huge hole. Through this hole, he saw the chaotic immortal world below. Qinyu finished his summoning. Feeling something, he raised his head and looked at the medium-sized hole above his head. He saw an extremely small white figure. Chapter 950. An even more powerful void demon had arrived. This unique and invincible void demon was comparable to Senzin. Even Lord Xiantian, who was sent out later, could only temporarily delay and stop such a powerful force. When the Lord Xiantian took action, someone asked all unrelated people to temporarily retreat from this dangerous place. Qinyu was among the crowd, and he was the only one who did not move. Everyone just glanced at him and then went back to doing their own things. Under the arrival of such a powerful existence, who would care about others? Originally, people in the immortal world could cut off love in order to improve their strength. They would still have some feelings for people they were familiar with. Towards strangers, he would ignore them. No one would remind a stranger to quickly leave such a dangerous place. Lord Xiantian, who was the hope of everyone, sent out his magic treasure. It was a painting of mountains and rivers and beauties. It had a simple and strong aura mixed with a trace of floral fragrance. Suddenly, all the beauties in the painting moved. They carried the power of mountains and rivers. Outside the painting, they used themselves as a formation. It trapped the chaos devil in the immortal venerable realm. Demon, go to hell. You dare to come to the immortal world and cause chaos in the world. Today, I will show you the strength of the immortal world. An old man with a ruddy face and snow-white hair. As he muttered to himself, he continuously formed one hand seal after another. Seeing that he had achieved his goal of trapping the chaos demon, he suddenly pulled out an immortal sword from somewhere. He directly attacked the chaos demon's weak point. Just as the sword pierced the chaos demon's weak point, everyone present heard a scolding voice that seemed to come from afar. How stupid! You didn't even properly inquire about the characteristics of the Senzin's chaos demon, and you actually dared to directly attack. Before Saint Master Xiantian had time to think about what he meant, the Saint Master of the mysterious heaven sect had already spoken. The chaos demon that should have stopped breathing and fallen stiffly to the ground. Suddenly, it turned into countless pieces and split into several chaos demons. Although they were still a little young, they were Senzin's chaos demon without a doubt. Ever since he was born, he had looked at Holy Sovereign Xiantian with hatred. With great tacit understanding, they surrounded Holy Master Xiantian and attacked him from various angles. Not long after, his body was already covered with injuries. Even though he was holding an immortal sword in his hand, it was impossible for him to display his full strength. Once they were hit, they would be drenched in blood. At this moment, his heart was filled with despair. In such a critical situation, the situation was extremely dangerous. It was obvious that he would not be able to hold on for long. Although the title of the Lord sounded nice, it was far inferior to Senzin. Qin Yu stood in the distance, but he could see everything. Although the profound heaven, Holy Master seemed to be in a bad situation, the fluctuations around him were getting stronger and stronger. He had already accumulated an extremely deep foundation. If he could suddenly make a breakthrough in a hurry, it would be a wonderful thing. This was even better news for the vast battlefield. Therefore, Xiantian Senzin, who was standing high above, only gave a slight reminder. He watched as Holy Sovereign Xiantian, who had the same title as him, continued to fight with those monsters. It's better to rely on myself than on others. I'm going to fight you guys to the end. I've been so cautious and conscientious, but I still have to die in the hands of you little things. In the end, Holy Sovereign Xiantian was forced to the extreme and had no choice but to erupt. The aura around him had already reached a critical point. At this moment, he completely erupted, setting off a huge wave of air that rolled like clouds and seas. The chaos demons around him were pushed dozens of meters away. The aura on his body also rose rapidly after this huge fluctuation. It rose at the highest speed and finally broke through a bottleneck. He had finally reached the realm that he had always dreamed of. However, even if he broke through, there were still many wounds on his body. His previous experience of failure and the sudden reminder had already made him understand. Facing a chaos demon at Senzin's realm, even if he attacked its weakness and killed it, there would be endless trouble in the future. Therefore, he was limited everywhere. In the end, he could only raise his head and shout. I beg the unknown senior to give me a few more pointers. No matter how he shouted, the voice just now disappeared. The fact that Xiantian Shenzhen could remind him and let him break through his current realm was already extremely benevolent. This huge hole reminded him of something. In the end, Xiantian Holy Master retreated. He could no longer hold on. Even if he continued to be brave, he would only die in the hands of these guys. I didn't expect that after not seeing each other for so many years, you wouldn't even recognize my voice. Xiantian Shenzhen slowly walked down step by step. Those chaos fiends tried to attack him, but he easily grabbed their weakest spots. Then they all gathered together and were reduced to ashes by a bolt of divine lightning. Hearing this familiar voice, Xiantian Holy Master was slightly in disbelief. The owner of that voice had disappeared for tens of thousands of years. It had been so long that all of them had forgotten that there was once such an amazing person. Qinyu understood. Sure enough, the Xiantian sect was still related to Xiantian Shenzhen. However, so what? He had originally asked around to find someone. Now that he had found the person, how was the Xiantian sect? They no longer had anything to do with him. Ever since Xiantian Shenzhen had arrived, the situation had instantly reversed. All the chaos demons could not hold on for more than a breath of time under his hands. In just a few words, he had already let everyone know that this powerhouse who had suddenly appeared had some grudges with the Xiantian sect. Therefore, the people in the distance hesitated, not knowing if they should go forward. After all, the Xiantian sect was one of the top sects in the immortal world. If they offended him, they might not be able to get any benefits. However, Xiantian Shenzhen did not care about what these people thought. He only glanced coldly at his old friend and walked in front of Qinyu. A gentle smile bloomed on his face, completely different from before. Disciple, you've made good progress during this period of time. It seems that you've become much stronger. Why didn't you go find Shenzhen's chaos demons to practice with? With your current strength, even if you can't defeat them, you can definitely retreat easily. Besides, don't you still have Master? Although he did not know where Xiantian Shenzhen had gone during this period of time, the aura on his body had become stronger. Even if he was just standing there, it was as if he had become one with heaven and earth. However, it was clear that he was powerful and unsurpassable. He seemed to have thought of something. Xiantian Shenzhen took out a small bell that had been silent all this time. Chapter 951. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. This thing should be of some use to you. It's fine. You can play with it. Qinyu didn't even look at it and directly accepted it. As the saying went, one should not refuse an elder's gift. No matter what it was, since it was given to him by his master, he would accept it. On the other hand, the Xiantian Saint Venerable looked at the bell in disbelief. In his memory, the bell was very famous. However, it had been missing for tens of thousands of years along with the disappearance of the Xiantian Saint Venerable. It was not that no one wanted to look for it during such a long time. However, no one could find the real whereabouts of the bell in the end. However, such a divine item was given to Qinyu so casually. Even though he had been missing for tens of thousands of years, the Xiantian Shenzhen was not as poor as they thought. In fact, he was even stronger than before. No one knew what had happened during such a long time, but the Xiantian Saint Venerable still walked over and addressed him as Grandmaster. The Xiantian Shenzhen did not agree. Instead, he glanced at the Saint Venerable and said indifferently, "The Xiantian Saint Venerable doesn't sound right to you. The name Xiantian doesn't suit you. You should change it." There was no room for discussion, but the profound heaven, holy venerable, did not dare to say anything. In terms of seniority, no one in the entire Xiantian sect was more senior than the Xiantian Senzin. Even the old ancestors in the Xiantian sect, who were in seclusion, could not be compared to him. If the current sect leader saw the Xiantian, celestial venerable, he would have to kneel down and kowtow to him. That was the Xiantian Senzin's seniority. When he heard the Xiantian saint venerable call him grandmaster, only then did the profound heaven, celestial venerable, react. Qinyu is my disciple. He is hundreds or thousands of times more talented than all of you. Call me Martial Uncle from now on. If you still recognize me as your grandmaster, listen to my orders from now on. Don't act on your own and cause trouble for me. His tone was full of disdain. Although he did not care about what happened back then, it did not mean that it did not happen. If he wanted to make a fuss, no one would be able to escape from his grasp. So what if they were both Senzin? Senzin and Senzin were worlds apart. He could even crush this new, immortal venerable to death with a single finger. Qinyu rejected Xiantian Senzin's offer of protection. Falling into his battlefield, it was extremely difficult to find someone who could hurt him. No matter where he was, no matter what kind of existence he faced, he could easily escape unscathed. Why did he need Xiantian Senzin's protection? If he could do it himself, he wouldn't need to borrow the help of others, nor would he need others to protect him. Xiantian Senzin nodded in satisfaction. As expected of the disciple he was most proud of, he should have such confidence. So what if they were extremely powerful chaos demons? They could still be slapped to death with a single slap. If he couldn't kill him, then he would give him 2 slaps. If he couldn't kill him with 2 slaps, he could just stab him to death with a weapon. There was no need for so much nonsense. This was what he disliked the most about the Xiantian sect. They respected the strong, but they always liked to scheme against each other. They always caused internal strife because of jealousy. However, if they were to face real danger, they would all want to find a scapegoat. If they did not even have the courage to face danger, how could they make a difference? They were all just cowards and idiots. After leaving this place, there were still many places that were affected by the disaster. Countless people fled in panic. In the end, they were forced into a corner by the chaos demons with no escape. When they closed their eyes and were ready to accept their fate, suddenly, a strong light shone on their eyelids. When they opened their eyes again, only the corpses of the chaos demons were left. Countless people looked around in confusion. He did not know which expert had saved all of them at the speed of lightning. No one knew who had saved them because the speed was simply too fast. They could only kneel with tears on their faces. They kowtowed until their heads bled to express their gratitude for escaping death. Qinyu walked through one street after another. These people who were wreaking havoc everywhere were not very powerful. Wherever he went, the streets would be clean and only the survivors would be left. Finally, he walked to the center of this abandoned city. It was a huge square, and the most powerful chaos demon was entrenched here. The chaos demon, who was nurturing even more powerful power, now had power that surpassed the holy ruler, but still could not compare to Senzin. It happened to be stuck at a critical point. This chaos demon's body was slightly gray, but it had the body of a dragon. As a holy ruler, it could break through the limit under the nourishment of flesh and blood and was about to break through to a higher realm. It was all because this lucky chaos demon had once obtained some dragon bloodline by accident. That 1 in 10,000 chance had fallen upon his head, and he had successfully fused with this trace of dragon bloodline. Then, it became a powerhouse with extremely high potential. The power of the bloodline was enough to support its continuous breakthrough. He had broken through the restrictions that every chaos demon had. The dragon bloodline. It's fate that we met. Why don't you lend it to me? Chinyu tapped the tip of his foot and left the ground, his body as light as a swallow. But since this chaos demon had such high potential, it was not easy to deal with. Although it had the body of a dragon, it was very cumbersome. It was more like the bite of a wild beast, but it was extremely powerful. Just one strike was enough to kill countless people. It swallowed all the flesh and blood on the ground and turned them into the power it needed. Lend it to you? Sure enough, everyone is greedy beyond measure. Why don't you lend me your body for a while? Such powerful power, such a perfect body. If I can eat you, my strength will definitely increase greatly. Chinyu's eyes flashed with blood, accompanied by the sound of air breaking. The dragon-shaped chaos demon let out a shrill scream. How could you know my weakness? His weakness was not ordinary. The chaos demon had always been between his eyebrows, and his weakness was at his chin. Unlike the Dragon Clan's weakness, which was in the reverse scale and dragon horn, unlike the ordinary chaos demon, whose weakness was between the eyebrows, due to a very special reason, he was able to grow up safely until now. Even if he had the bloodline power that all chaos demons would be jealous of, yet he was still able to live to this day unscathed, because every time he was severely injured, he could escape safely. Chinyu exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Do you think I'm a fool? The dragon form was already special, so its weakness was naturally unusual. Chapter 952. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy translation in the blink of an eye. The two figures had fought countless times in the air, but in the end, the chaos demon was still at a disadvantage. The rolling divine lightning just happened to restrain him. It was a small ball of lightning that kept flashing. The chaos demon dodged quickly, but the lightning that had been hidden in the dark hit its weak point with great precision. This time, he couldn't hold on anymore. In the end, he fell heavily to the ground with heavy injuries. Hand over the dragon race's bloodline, and give me that drop of essence blood. I can make it easier for you to die. Such an existence that couldn't be tolerated by heaven and earth. Even if he wanted the chaos demon's essence blood, he wouldn't be tolerated. But he could give him a quick death. Now, he was on the verge of death. The chaos demon had no choice but to hand over his essence blood. But at the last moment, he suddenly went back on his word and wanted to completely destroy this drop of essence blood. The dragon's soul immediately controlled time. Everything in front of him became extremely slow. Chinyu directly absorbed the essence blood into his body, and the chaos demon in front of him had already turned into black fog and dissipated between heaven and earth. This kind of demon was not tolerated by the secular world, so naturally it didn't have a body or a fixed shape. Humph! Now, his strength had broken through to the immortal level, but he knew that this wasn't the end. Since he had such a huge amount of resources, he definitely wouldn't mistreat himself. Using these resources, he raised his strength to the middle stage immortal level before slowly stopping. After that, he needed more time to increase his experience corresponding to his realm. Then, someone discovered something in shock. Everywhere Chinyu went, all the places were cleaned up, not leaving a single one behind. It wasn't until later that someone finally found a pitiful remnant in several cities. But that was a very, very weak chaos demon. If it wasn't because it was extremely good at hiding and just happened to hide in a certain cellar, it wouldn't have been able to survive. Xuelon was both proud and worried. The two had been separated for a full 2 to 3 days. In these short 2 to 3 days, Chinyu quickly cleaned up several cities. They used the fastest speed to clean up this chaotic area. Even with the combined speed of those sects and countless experts, they could only be on par with him. Such powerful speed and high efficiency attracted the attention of many people. However, no one would have thought that Chinyu would be the Dragon Clan's expert that had appeared once before and made the entire immortal realm run in circles. Xiantian Senzin, who had suddenly appeared and disappeared, returned to the Xiantian sect. Sitting together with the current sect leader, they smiled and toasted each other as they drank the best spiritual tea. The atmosphere seemed to be very good, but if one looked closely, they would be able to see the fawning and fear in the eyes of the current sect leader. He didn't know much about the secrets of the past, but now he discovered that the founder of the Profound Heaven sect, who had been missing for a long time, was also his great-great-great-grandmaster. His strength had already reached such a level. No one dared to guess his strength. They only knew that all the experts in the sect combined could not defeat one of Xiantian Senzin's fingers. At such a powerful level, no one dared to provoke or question him. However, the previous Xiantian sect had made a wrong decision. As a result, Xiantian Senzin could personally destroy the sect that he had single-handedly raised at any time. If you have anything to say, you can say it directly. He really couldn't stand it if it continued like this. His mood was fluctuating, and he still didn't have an accurate answer. He also didn't know why this long-missing great-great-grandmaster had come. Was it for revenge, or for something else? Or was it to take back everything that he had in the past? He couldn't be sure. This was because secretly guessing the thoughts of an expert was a big taboo in the entire immortal world. Thinking of the past, as soon as Xiantian Senzin said this, the current sect leader's heart was already in his mouth. He sneered and looked at him. Xiantian Senzin was talking to himself. There was no need to bicker with such an ignorant little fellow. He didn't know anything, yet he could become the sect leader of the Xiantian sect. He had indeed declined. If it was back then, he could only be a little boy sweeping in front of him. Back then, when I traveled the world, I also encountered countless rare treasures. I remember that the most unique one was the mud of all creation that had already gained sentience. It took me a lot of effort to get it. Then he shut his mouth. He poured another cup of warm tea and drank it in one gulp. However, the current sect leader of the divine Heaven sect couldn't control his excitement. Now, everyone knew that a great disaster was coming, but no one could take out the mud of all creation. Even if they had found some clues, where was the mud of all creation? No one knew where the mud of all creation, which should have existed in the immortal world, went. Although there were guesses that it might have been kept by some expert as his own collection. However, all the experts of the various factions said that they didn't have it. Because of this, there was even some internal strife that was neither too big nor too small. There were always people who felt that someone had hidden it, but in the end, they didn't find anything. Now, he finally knew which expert had captured it and kept it as his collection. It was no wonder that they couldn't find it anywhere. Before this, he didn't even know where this old ancestor went. If Xiantian Senzin didn't return this time, then they would really be in trouble. No one knew where the rest of the mud of all creation was hidden. In short, they had almost turned the entire immortal world upside down, but they still couldn't find this crucial material. Good. This is really great. What's so great about it? I didn't say that I would give it to you. He had whetted everyone's appetite. However, Xiantian Senzin wasn't prepared to give it away. If someone deducted a little from it, it would be enough to make it up to the heavens. But at that time, it would still be a waste of his item. Of course, it was impossible for him to offer up his belongings for no reason. It was impossible to give him a good reputation and send him away. If you want it, then give me something in exchange. The current sect leader slammed the table in anger. Then his entire body went limp from exhaustion. What else could he do? He couldn't win in a fight. In terms of strength, one Xiantian Senzen was enough to crush 10 of him. Are you so confident that the whole won't destroy the entire immortal world? Xiantian Senzen stroked his long beard and smiled. With my disciple around, no matter how many chaos demons come, they will have to obediently lie down for me. Chapter 953. Translator. Translation Nation Editor. Translation Nation. A small lump of mud of all creation was just enough to mend the sky. No one could refute his words, unless someone wanted to offend him in public. Although no one refuted him, there was a person who was good at controlling venomous snakes. He released a small snake the size of a finger. It carried a strong poison as it silently approached Qinyu. Xiao xiao. The small snake was cut into two. It writhed on the ground as if it had died with its eyes wide open. A brightly colored body. Dark red blood flowed out of it. With a single glance, one could tell that this little snake must have carried a strong venom, not to mention death upon contact. If this bite really landed on someone, not many people would be able to avoid it. At that time, no one knew if they would be seriously injured. Moreover, this little snake was too stealthy. Almost everyone was caught off guard. Using such a despicable method, I'll return it to you. If you let this snake bite you, we'll sever all ties. If you don't want to, then forget it. I'll make you pay the price. From then on, I won't rest until one of us is dead. Everyone wanted to laugh out loud, but everything proved to them that this was not a joke. Moreover, Qinyu really did have the strength to do so. He was strong enough to say that he wouldn't rest until one of them was dead. The expression of the person who released the venomous snake instantly changed. The venom of this venomous snake was extremely strong. Even if it was him, if he was bitten by this venomous snake, he would definitely die if he didn't use a special method to control the wound. Therefore, he wouldn't agree to the first condition no matter what. Since he had to shed all pretenses, he didn't want to pretend anymore. Originally, he was both good and evil. He did things as he pleased. Even if he really started a massacre, as long as he was the final victor, he would have the right to speak. No one would choose to attack him. This was because the rules of the immortal world were like this. Only the strong would be respected. Whoever emerged as the victor would be able to make everyone believe in him. Countless venomous snakes crawled out of his wide robe. He had many bottles and jars on him. Although no one recognized them, they knew that they were all highly toxic. Moreover, no one doubted that as long as all of these poisons fell, this person was destined to either die or be heavily injured. Very few people were willing to offend such a master of poison because they were too difficult to deal with. They always had some special methods to save themselves from the fire and water. Not only could all kinds of poisons kill people, some could even turn a person's life around in a hopeless situation. Everyone's thoughts were all different. If Qinyu were to die, it would be considered as good news to them. They would lose a powerful enemy, and the situation would return to how it was in the beginning. Now that the mud of all creation had appeared, the hole in the sky was no longer a threat to the world. When the time came, as long as they patched up the holes, the disaster brought by the chaos fiends would be cleared up by them sooner or later. Therefore, whether or not there was someone who could stand up and raise this flag to save the dawn of the world from this disaster did not seem so important anymore. I know this guy. People call him the Poison Sovereign. Don't tell me you're talking about the legendary #1 master of poison in the world. Hiss. It's said that countless people have died in his hands. He once single-handedly destroyed an entire sect. Looks like the situation is a little dangerous. Countless venomous snakes crawled on the ground at the same time, making fine and dense rustling sounds. It made one's scalp go numb, and they couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Qinyu was in the middle of countless venomous snakes. surrounded by countless venomous creatures, but his expression did not change. Sometimes a poisonous snake would jump up and try to bite him, but it would be mercilessly split into two halves from the middle. They couldn't even struggle. If they were cut in the middle, the snake's head might continue to bite. But if they were cut in the middle, they would become a pile of minced meat that couldn't move. In such a short time, the poisoned sovereign had lost many of his most beloved treasures. He couldn't help but beat his chest and stomp his feet. He had spent countless efforts to raise these treasures. So many of them had been killed just like that, and their corpses were even scattered all over the ground. I really hate you. So you should die at the hands of my most beloved treasures. The colorless, transparent little snake slowly shuttled through the group of snakes. Because its entire body was transparent, no one could see where it was. Even if the poisoned sovereign had said it himself, no one could see where the treasures he had spent so much effort in raising were. Suddenly, a sense of danger flashed through his mind, as if something was about to threaten him. Chinyu suddenly closed his eyes, relying only on his intuition. He accurately and steadily pried the little snake from its abdomen. The little snake kept twisting and struggling, but in the end, it could only softly turn into a corpse. This little snake was connected to the poisoned sovereign's mind. When the little snake died, the poisoned sovereign also spat out a mouthful of his heart's blood. I admit that your methods are not bad. Your poison skills can be said to be at the peak of perfection. It's a pity that you have never used these talents in the right way. You only have yourself to blame for today's outcome. When cutting weeds, one must dig up the roots. Chinyu had already raised the sharp weapon in his hand. Before he died, the poisoned sovereign suddenly laughed maniacally. In the end, you will still be poisoned by me. I was born with a strange poison in my body. When I was young, I was captured by a so-called expert. He used my body as a foundation to inject 10,000 types of poison into me. In the end, he cultivated me into a monster covered in poison. But I didn't die. Not only did I not die, I even have the status I have today. I once swore that if anyone killed me, I would definitely make them suffer a heart-wrenching pain. Looking at his maniacal laughter, Chinyu effortlessly pierced the blade of his saber into it. That maniacal laughter came to an abrupt end. Before you die, I will let you die with a clear understanding. The 10,000 types of poison in your body have no effect on me. I just happen to have an antidote for 10,000 types of poison. Now I am safe and sound. The poison sovereign's laughter froze. This was already the last expression he had left in the world. The remaining people saw the tragic end of the provocateur. Even at the cost of his own life, he was unable to do anything to Chinyu. All of them believed that they would never be able to avoid such insidious methods. And one after another, even if they could avoid one, it was impossible to avoid all of them. But Chinyu was so strong that almost all of them were stunned. This kind of strength did not come from strength, but from other aspects. Chapter 954. With the passage of time, the dark hole in the sky seemed to have become a little bigger. Countless chaotic shadows rushed out of the void, but they had just landed and hadn't had the time to see this prosperous new world. They were all killed by one person. No one knew how many. From the very beginning, all the major forces had worked hard to eliminate them. But now, with the addition of one person, the situation was completely under control. As long as a chaotic demon appeared, they were all killed before anyone could react. Not even a corpse was left. It was so shocking and so easy. People couldn't help but wonder if the people sent before were too incompetent. Otherwise, why would such a simple matter be said to have the power to destroy the world? So it's that simple. Although it was a little dangerous, didn't it solve everything easily? Some people didn't care. while others fell into deep thought. Only those who were sent at the very beginning had nowhere to explain. It wasn't that no one had said that the reason they could win so easily and control the situation in such a short time was because one person had joined in. But who would believe it? There were so many places affected by the disaster on such a huge battlefield. Was it really possible to accomplish such a feat by relying on one person? Perhaps that person was indeed very powerful, but no one was willing to believe that this credit belonged to one person. After this credit was taken by countless people, many people were pleased with the success because of this. This was because they had been promoted and even received a lot of resources as rewards. The current sect master of the profound Heaven sect heard that the situation was under control. He was completely relieved. He was ready to have a good talk with his great-great-great ancestor. Now that the situation was under control, he had more time to have a good talk with the other party. He needed the mud of all creation very much. Even if the situation was under control, he had invested too many resources in it. For the entire immortal world, a day's delay was a loss. Originally, he was worried about his great-great-great ancestor, who he had never met. But now that the jaguar had arrived, he naturally had no more worries. Are you sure that there isn't an extremely outstanding person who controlled the situation with his own strength? Is this credit really due to everyone's joint efforts? Lynn, she thought of the bitter battle she had fought these days. She immediately nodded. Did you hear something? They said that all the credit belongs to one person. Yi Zichen said, is it because of his participation that we can control the situation? But I think that the juniors who were sent out earlier wanted to shirk their responsibilities, so they made up such an excuse. Such a huge crisis. If not for everyone's efforts, how could it be under control so quickly? Is it really possible to rely on one person's strength? His words directly brought this matter to the back of his mind. Moreover, because his tone was too firm, the current sect leader of the profound Heaven sect gritted his teeth and made up his mind. Since the person he trusted the most had already said so, naturally he believed him. After all, he didn't think that a single person would be able to do much in such a big crisis. Perhaps in the history of the immortal world, there had been such a peerless talent. However, who knows how many tens of thousands of years have passed since such a genius appeared. When he found out about the confidence of the current sect master, Xian Tian Shenzhen immediately laughed. Since you think so, then there's no need for us to continue talking. If you really control it so well, then continue to control it. After saying that, he turned around and left. He even left the territory of the profound Heaven sect. Originally, he still had some goodwill, even though he felt that these people were really insulting his name. However, it was still a sect that he had built single-handedly. Now, it seemed that things had changed with the passage of time, and he naturally didn't need any pity or charity. When they recognized reality again, they had to pay a bigger price to get what they wanted from him. Anyway, he had the good stuff in his hands, and the current situation wouldn't worsen in a short period of time, no matter what. In just a few days, if they didn't recognize reality, the situation that was already under control would revert to its initial state of deterioration. But so what? He had already given them a chance, and they were just too arrogant. Xian Tian Shenzhen returned to the broken sky. Stop. They can't recognize reality, and they even falsely claimed your credit. Is it so easy to take advantage of my disciple? Qinyu immediately stopped. In the past, he didn't care, but it didn't matter if he stopped. At most, after the situation worsened, he could just spend a few more days to fix everything. However, this might make things more troublesome. Very few people knew the reason why their progress had suddenly become much slower. Originally, the situation was under control, but the chaos demons came from all directions. After killing them here, a large group of them would appear from another place in a short while. Just like that, they couldn't kill them, and they would get tired. After that, batches of people were replaced, and they more or less suffered some injuries, and there was no way to control the situation. They were actually forced to retreat step by step. The chaos demons reclaimed a piece of the world that belonged to them. The situation was getting more and more dangerous. When it became more obvious, no one could hold on. After losing more than a dozen cities in succession, the leaders of the major forces had no choice but to gather together to discuss what caused such a big delay in the progress. Even the people who were originally invincible were defeated. Those geniuses who suddenly appeared to claim great credit had become existences that everyone wanted to beat up. Who asked them to be so cowardly when facing the chaos demons? The strength that they displayed was also not in line with the credit that they claimed. However, only one person could guess the reason for such a huge change in the situation. He had a very ridiculous guess in his heart, but he didn't dare to admit it. If all of this was really the result of his little great-great-grandmaster's efforts behind the scenes. However, he let his confidant claim the credit of his little great-great-grandmaster. And he even spoke rudely. Wouldn't that offend him completely? For a moment, his face turned green and white. In the end, he didn't think it through. I think I might know the reason. Under the pressure of so many people, the current sect master of the Xiantian sect could only bite the bullet and explain the cause and effect. Chapter 955. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Xiantian sect had become the target of everyone's crusade. All the major forces wanted to find the legendary man who had helped them control the situation single-handedly. However, the situation was worsening, and they could not find him at all. Xian Tian, celestial venerable, leisurely took out a fruit that made people salivate. This is a natural spiritual item, the emerald cloud fruit. Although it can nourish the body and improve one's talent, it's better than nothing for the two of you who have outstanding talents. However, the taste is not bad. It's one of the best among all the spiritual fruits. Take it and try it. Let's see what those people are going to do while we eat the fruit. Everyone who rejected him would definitely regret it. Of course, there was a chance that they would regret it and become angry. Now, it was time to see what kind of choice they were going to make. There was a living example right in front of them. At this moment, the situation was constantly deteriorating. They urgently needed an expert to control the situation. After searching for about a day, they still could not find him. All the major forces were ready to send out their own experts. They did not believe that someone who had not even reached the realm of a sage ruler could control the situation. If they sent out a few more sage rulers, they could achieve the same effect. With this thought, they did not continue to search. Instead, they sent out a powerful expert each. In the beginning, they did play a role and controlled the spread of the chaos demons. However, it did not take long before they could only maintain this state. It was a stalemate. It was almost impossible to take another step forward because there were too many chaos demons in the void. Even if they killed a batch, the next batch would appear very soon. Batch after batch. It was impossible to kill all of them. What kind of speed did that person use to kill all these guys? I seem to understand how he managed to control the situation single-handedly. As long as he kills fast enough and fewer chaos demons escape, it will be much easier for us to clean them up. But is it really possible for someone to be that fast? Now that the truth is right in front of us, we can only try and see if that mysterious expert can help us turn the situation around. It was natural for these experts to feel the pressure. That was because the huge hole in the sky had become a little bigger. Even more chaos fiends managed to escape. The speed and frequency of its appearance were much higher than before. Therefore, it was only natural that they couldn't control the situation. If he continued to waste time like this, step by step, then, not long after, everyone would face an even greater threat. The hole in the sky would continue to expand. If the black hole wasn't repaired in time, half of the sky of the immortal world might be in a state of collapse. By then, the endless amount of chaos fiends would truly be impossible to wipe out. As a result, it was getting more and more dangerous. As for those who personally experienced all of this, because they were in the situation, they didn't immediately notice this detail. Don't drag this out any longer. You've had enough fun. If you continue to drag this out, I'm afraid even more people will die, and the area affected by the chaos demon will be even larger. Xian Tianshenzhen could only throw the core aside, helplessly. His disciple had already spoken. If he continued to sit on the sidelines and watch coldly, he would be somewhat unreasonable. Moreover, the situation was indeed worsening. It was time to resolve this matter as soon as possible. He could only take out the mud of creation that he had collected. The little fellow looked like a dirt ball as soon as it came out. It looked no different from ordinary sand on the ground. When this dirt ball came into contact with the outside air, it began to slowly melt. But just as the first grain of sand was about to land on the ground, Xian Tianshenzhen casually caught it. The mud of creation in the immortal world had already developed its own consciousness. It was just that it was still somewhat ignorant. Its IQ was at most 3 years old. Now that it had done such a childish thing in front of everyone's eyes, it wanted to run. Take this thing and do whatever you want with it. Just a part of it can mend the sky. If anyone wants it, don't foolishly hand it over. Of course, Qin Yu knew that Xian Tianshenzhen was only joking with him. Although his strength had reached Shenzhen's level, Xian Tianshenzhen had never been a serious person. He did not have Shenren's indifferent and condescending attitude. Instead, he had his own tricks and laughter towards everything in the world. This was also the higher realm that Qin Yu was pursuing. Therefore, to stand shoulder to shoulder with the great Tao did not mean to become one with it. The self was a unique existence in this world. Nothing could erase his ego, let alone allow his ego to be mixed with anything else. This seemingly honest little ball of dirt was a divine artifact that had been condensed from all the living things in the 3 realms. They realized that they could not control the situation. The people of the various major factions began to have designs on the young great ancestor of Xian Tian's sect. He even asked around and finally managed to find some traces of his whereabouts. It turned out that this young great ancestor was an extremely talented genius. Huo Rong, who was related to Qin Yu, had asked around many times. But Huo Rong clenched her teeth and refused to say anything. In the end, she had no choice but to say Qin Yu's name and appearance. However, no matter how much she asked, such as if someone could ask her about the male lead's weakness, she did not agree. He even directly blasted the person out, beating him into a half-dead state. If you want to use despicable methods, don't look for my Fire Qilin clan. We have always been open and above board. We have not formed any grudges with anyone. If you have bad intentions and want to extinguish the greatest hope of the current era, then you can go yourself. But before you go, you should consider the difference between you and him. Without seeing him in person, you will never know how powerful he is. Huo Rong threw everyone out with a bang. She locked the cave abode. Qi Yin was curious about what had happened. Thinking that Qin Yu was also her master, Huo Rong picked out a part and explained it clearly. Who knew that halfway through, Qi Yin was so angry that he wanted to catch all of them and bite them to death. Then he felt a little proud. His taste was too good. Chapter 956. Qin Yu had long since tossed the little fire Qilin to the back of his mind. It was just a slightly mischievous infant. Even though they were of different races, he didn't overlook how intimate the Qilin was with him. The little fellow was just a newborn. What could a child possibly do? His voice spread across half of the immortal realm. The mud of all creation is in my hands. If anyone is interested in trading, please come quickly. 2 sentences were enough to make all the important points clear. The most important thing to replenish the heavens was in his hands. Moreover, he needed resources and precious treasures to trade for it. He couldn't just give it away for free. Even so, he knew that there would inevitably be some people who would put on a sanctimonious expression and ask him to hand over the treasure in his hands. But so what? If there really was such an existence, he would just send them flying with a slap. Such arrogance would make them lose the right to trade with him. In the current immortal realm, he didn't fear anyone in terms of strength. Even if he took 10,000 steps back, the strength of his clone wasn't enough. Perhaps there was something else that forced him to face a large number of experts. Xiantian Shenzhen wasn't far away. It would be easy for him to take their lives. The initiative for this trade was completely in his hands. He didn't give anyone the slightest chance to negotiate. He truly took out the mud of all creation in his hands. Many people with some ability had already seen that this was definitely a genuine treasure. Moreover, there wasn't the slightest bit of adulteration. The quality was unbelievably high. If they could have such a material, it would be much easier for them to replenish the heavens. If such a great contribution could fall into their hands, it would be for the best. Moreover, the mud of all creation could be used for more than just replenishing the heavens. If they could have it in their hands, the mud of all creation, which had already gained sentience, could be said to be inexhaustible, as long as they had enough resources and a suitable place to nourish it. They could give birth to a lot of mud of all creation. It would be enough for them to use and make even more things. When the time came, they would have countless innate spirit treasures. They would also be able to improve the quality of their natal weapons. Everything would be as easy as flipping a hand. Before anyone could say anything, Qin Yu's indifferent voice drifted over. However, everyone was able to hear it clearly. The highest bidder wins. Everyone immediately treated everyone around them as their enemy. Naturally, no one was willing to let go of such a good treasure. If he hadn't said those words earlier, they could have used some other methods to obtain the item. But now that it had been said that the highest bidder would win, if they didn't offer a high price, there would always be someone else who would be willing to pay a high price. While calculating what they could offer, they also looked warily at the unfamiliar and familiar faces around them. The atmosphere became quite heavy for a moment. Under the calm surface, countless undercurrents were surging. Some people had even begun to fight in the dark. But before anyone could offer a price or make their own calculations, Zhang Xian's expression changed. The top sex, which had always been the most generous, did not hesitate to reveal their prices. It was a price of 10 million yuan. However, everyone knew that this was only the bottom line. Moreover, this time, only the crystal coins used for the exchange would be sold. They hadn't even taken out the treasures of their sex yet. That was the real highlight of the show. Therefore, more and more people gathered at the exit, and many people couldn't wait to join in the dispute. By the time they had the confidence to continue bidding, there were only a few forces left. At the very end, the price had reached the point where it couldn't go any higher. Looking at this piece of mud of all creation, many people showed a pained expression. Although this was a good treasure, they still needed to use many good treasures to exchange for it. The savings of their sex were almost all spent. However, there were still people who were willing to continue competing for it. Lucian Bell, are you crazy? You actually took out the supreme treasure of your sect. This was already one of the treasures that the sect could take out. It was almost the treasure of the sect. Even such a thing could be taken out for exchange. Then, the bottom line in the hearts of the other people involuntarily decreased. Since things had already developed to this point, then, if all of them increased the price by a little, they would also take out some rare treasures of their sections. It didn't seem to be something out of the ordinary. It wouldn't cause the price to soar to another level in an instant. I say, Jiahenian, don't continue to compete here. If this goes on, I'm afraid you'll have to pay for your coffin capital. How much better are you, Hiji? If you have the ability, don't continue to raise the price here. This time, I'm determined to win. Hurry, hurry, hurry. The current price has forced us to take out the majority of our sect's treasures. A few small sects had no choice but to withdraw. In the end, even a large number of sects had no choice but to withdraw, because the price that was being shouted now was almost the entire wealth of some small sections. They couldn't match such a crazy price. Only some of the major forces with sufficient wealth would be able to compete for this treasure. A long white dragon with ice-blue patterns coiled together. A pair of bell-sized eyes stared straight at the mud of all creation. In the end, it shouted a price that made all the sects, large and small sects, unable to help but bitterly lament and have no choice but to give up. The dragon race had always liked to accumulate wealth. Therefore, every dragon race that had lived for tens of thousands of years could have a deeper foundation than a sect. Now, it had already been decided who would win. The mud of all creation aggrievedly shrunk itself into a small ball. An even smaller piece of soil fell from its body. This was a part of the essence of the mud of all creation. This small piece was just enough to mend the huge hole in the sky. No matter how frugal it was, it would still be very little to no matter how much it saved up. The frost dragon was dumbfounded. Even the others were dumbfounded. They had originally thought that the mud of all creation was going to be auctioned this time. But now, it seemed that it was the mud of all creation. It really was the mud of all creation. It was as if it had been calculated, not more, not less. It was just enough to solve the current danger that they were all in, to mend the huge hole in the sky. It wasn't even a bit more. This is a bit unfair. How is it unfair? I only said that the highest bidder would get it. I only said that I wanted to sell the mud of all creation. Now, isn't this enough? Chapter 9:57. Now, no one dared to show the slightest bit of dissatisfaction. Chinyu had a faint smile on his face. Suddenly, he lifted Ju Yu's cold corpse with his bare hands. He directly stabbed it into the ground, revealing the upper half of his body. His miserable appearance, with blood flowing out of his 7 orifices, was also displayed in front of everyone. Such a despicable person with evil intentions should be punished in such a way as an example to others. After he finished speaking, everyone present couldn't help but hold their breaths. No one dared to make a sound at this time. After being absent-minded for a long time, they gradually regained their senses. They were actually scared stiff. Everyone present had outstanding strength and status, but they were still scared and didn't show their might in time. Originally, they came this time for the mud of all creation. They also wanted to have a good talk with Chinyu, who had the mud of all creation. With all of them together, could it be that they still couldn't persuade one person to stand on their side? But now, it seemed that all of their preparations had been ruined before they even started. Perhaps they had thought of the wrong method from the beginning, and also had some misconceptions about this person, thinking that he was just an ordinary person. Even if he was extremely strong and had outstanding talent, he was still in the category of ordinary people. But how was this an ordinary person? He was clearly a demon god. Moreover, he didn't care about feelings at all. If he said he would make a move, he would definitely take someone's life. All the major forces sent back the news they received. The Dragon Clan expert who obtained the mud of all creation could only helplessly send this small piece of mud of all creation back to his clan and use it to negotiate with other clans. After that, he won a lot of good reputation and also received a portion of compensation. But in the end, this was still much less than the portion they spent. In the end, the unlucky Dragon Clan could only receive some compensation from his clan. For a long time, he was even treated as a joke. All the major forces worked together. But now, they didn't have a single person who was absolutely powerful enough to gather all of them. How could they gather all of their strength? In addition, a few extremely precious materials were added to the sky curtain. If there is someone who has such powerful strength, to be able to gather our strength and control it completely, and use this powerful strength to accurately refine a few materials and carefully add them to the sky curtain after smelting them. I can only think of one person. The leaders of the various major forces could not help but look at the current sect leader of the Profound Heaven sect. There was also Senzin, who was forced to change his nickname. That was the original Xiantian Sacred Master. However, after Xiantian Senzin appeared, the Xiantian Sacred Master became the Xiantian Sacred Master. There was a conflict between their names, and as a junior, he had no choice but to change his name. Originally, his actions were already offensive. Now, he was only trying to set things right. But speaking of which, these things still made him an existence that people whispered about. How many years had it been since someone was forced to change their name after reaching the immortal venerable realm? No matter how powerful he was, there were still many people who would use this to talk about him, making this a stain that could not be erased in his life. Many people used their powers to catalyze their voices, asking Xiantian Senzin to make a move. You want me to help you with such a small matter? You're really overestimating yourself. Xiantian Senzin smiled and used his finger to enlighten Qinyu. He then passed the method to mend the sky curtain to Qinyu. Your strength is enough, Yi Fuqian said. It doesn't matter if this matter fails. I'll just stand here. At most, I'll help you clean it up. After saying that, he could not help but reveal a look of anticipation. Although he knew that the possibility of Qinyu failing was very small, his disciple had been too perfect. However, this disciple of his had been too perfect since he was young. Especially in terms of strength, his speed of improvement was so fast that even he was a little stunned. Thus, no matter what he arranged, even if it was beyond the scope of what Qinyu could accomplish with his current level, Qinyu was still able to accomplish it with ease. In the end, he returned safely without a single injury. If there was a chance of failure, he would be happy instead. It would let him experience the feeling of a teacher for a day, a father for life. Qinyu had already seen through everything, but he did not say anything. He had never failed before. In the end, everyone only knew that Xiantian Senzin was still unwilling to come out. He only sent his disciple. Those who had coveted the mud of all creation all knew him and remembered his face deeply in their hearts. Shuilan assisted from the side. The Tao of the Great Oblivion that she cultivated was one of the most difficult great Taos to cultivate in this world. It was also the power closest to the origin of the Great Tao. With her, as the middleman, Qinyu was able to circulate his power smoothly and smoothly. He was able to smoothly complete this repair. Countless heads were moving about. Everyone raised their heads to look at the figure standing above them. The area in the middle was empty. Everyone stepped on their own positions and then simultaneously sent their power to the center. A bean-sized light suddenly appeared in the middle of the empty space. It contained an explosive power. In the end, it snowballed bigger and bigger. Strands of power leaked out, but as if they were being pulled by something, they all entered Qin Yu's limbs and bones. The explosive power on his skin almost caused his meridians to burst. But at this moment, a gentle and cold power dispelled all the irritation in this enormous power. Drops of sparkling sweat appeared on Shualan's head. However, she was like a dewy snow lotus on an iceberg. She was even more elegant and beautiful compared to water hibiscus. She was much more proud and holy. Qin Yu was able to smoothly convert all of these energies into his own. Then, 3 materials appeared in his hand. In the end, the mud of all creation that he sold fell back into his hands. Several materials were burned by the divine flame, formed by this enormous power. Impurities were removed bit by bit, turning into a flowing ball of water. It was transparent and colorless, but it could isolate everything. It was like the sky was like a curtain. The translucent ball of water suddenly flew into the sky. Just as it approached the enormous hole, it quickly splashed in all directions like water droplets falling to the ground. It continuously spread and permeated the surroundings. In the end, only a little bit of the pitch-black hole was left. A huge eye appeared at the hole. Damn it, just a little bit more. Who repaired the passage that I worked so hard to open. This pair of eyes finally fell on Qin Yu. An extremely terrifying feeling pressed down. The neatly arranged crowd retreated one after another, leaving their original positions in an instant. Xiantian Shenzhen suddenly appeared and pushed them back to their original positions. He solemnly watched that huge eye slowly disappear. The sky was finally repaired flawlessly, but that pair of eyes still left them with a trace of haze. Chapter 958. Translator, Atlas Studios editor. Atlas Studios, the matter was settled. Many people were constantly scheming in their hearts, wanting to build a good relationship with this pair of master and disciple. Even if they could build a good relationship with the master and disciple, they did not dare to imagine how much they would be rewarded. Even if it was a small reward, the Xiantian sect was in the most awkward position. After all, this was supposed to be their glory. However, because of their repeated mistakes, everyone had suffered so many losses. Now, the entire Xiantian sect was going to become a joke. They were going to become a joke in the entire immortal world, not to mention trying to gain benefits from it. Even if they took the initiative to talk to them, they would not have the face to do so. Can you stop being so annoying? Do you want benefits? If you want to get anything from me, don't even think about it. If you want to get anything from my disciple, don't even think about it. Get rid of that thought. Qin Yu had already made preparations to leave this place. However, his face was too recognizable now. Many people were even proud to know him. There were also many legends about him being invincible that spread throughout the entire immortal world. Those who did not know him were probably those in the corners of the world. Those who knew him were all in disbelief. Heroes rise from humble beginnings. This had always been a joke in the entire immortal world. If one did not have a strong enough backer, no matter how talented one was, one would die prematurely. However, thinking about it, Qin Yu, who had just arrived in the immortal world, was the one who did not put on airs. He did not have the arrogance of a special genius towards anyone. Even his own talent and strength did not match. Before Qin Yu decided to leave, he still returned to the place he had been to before and took a stroll around. With his current strength, it would take him at most 2 days to go through these places quickly. This was even after he took a break. In the Cloud Immortal City, a person was talking nonstop about how he met Qin Yu. At that time, an evil dragon appeared out of nowhere. With his strength that had just reached the heavenly immortal realm, he killed the evil dragon that was strong enough to devour immortal souls and was even comparable to an immortal spirit in one move. Lulu's tone was still as exaggerated and nonsensical as before. However, none of the audience showed any disdain at this moment. Instead, they listened with great interest. If it were anyone else, they would feel that it was too exaggerated. However, when it came to Chinyu, he felt that it was only natural, since she was able to fight against a sage king with the strength of an immortal. However, he was only fighting against a vicious dragon with the overall strength of a heaven immortal. Wouldn't it be extremely easy for him to kill it with a single strike? Therefore, everyone clapped their hands and cheered. In the dense crowd, only one person did not clap and cheer. Moreover, he even moved a small stool to sit comfortably. It's not as exaggerated as you say, but my master is indeed very powerful. Of course, Lan Feng did not succeed in becoming Qin Yu's disciple, but this did not prevent him from telling others that he was Qin Yu's disciple. Within a short period of time, Qin Yu's reputation spread far and wide. This self-proclaimed disciple of his was becoming more and more diligent. Initially, he had the strength of a heavenly immortal. But now, in just a short period of time, it seemed like he was about to reach the immortal soul stage. With such talent, he could be called a peerless genius. At least in this small cloud immortal city, he was already one of a kind and could stand at the top. However, compared to the master he had acknowledged, he was still a far cry. During this period of time, he had broken through a major realm and crossed 3 minor realms. However, Qin Yu was able to cross many barriers in a short period of time, barriers that others could not cross even after tens of thousands of years. In the end, he became a legendary person in the immortal realm who would be praised by anyone who heard of him. Xuelan looked at the red-haired and somewhat unruly youth in the crowd. His talent and bones are very good. If you take such a little fellow as your disciple, it would be good too. However, it was only good. At least in the eyes of most people, it could already be called outstanding talent. During this period of time, the speed of his breakthroughs became faster and faster. There were also many experts from various sects who wanted to take Lan Feng as their personal disciple. However, Lan Feng rejected all of them. He did not explicitly reject them. Instead, he used a pair of glowing eyes to look at those experts who wanted to take him as their disciple. Is your talent and strength comparable to Qin Yu's? I still want to wait for him to come back and be my master. He ran away before the ceremony was completed. One day, I will increase my strength and find him to be my master. Otherwise, it would be good to find someone who is more talented than him. Who knows, I might be able to increase my strength even faster. Everyone said that he was stupid. How could it be possible to be more talented than Qin Yu? Qin Yu was a legendary person who had not appeared in this world for countless years. This was not only reflected in the speed of his breakthroughs, nor was it reflected in his ability to challenge those of a higher realm. There was also his experience and the things he had done. He had saved the entire immortal realm. Who dared to say that he was not good? If anyone dared to say anything bad about him, they would have to consider their own sect's reputation. They would also have to think about the fate of the Poison Master. Now, the Xiantian sect had become a joke in the entire immortal realm. His talent is not bad, but his temper is a little too impetuous. When I return to the immortal realm, if he still maintains this speed of breakthroughs and does not forget his original intention, I can consider it. Forget it for now. Lan Feng was really a little smug. It was obviously an unreliable matter, but he said it as if it was really as he said. He was so arrogant and conceited. He was indeed not someone who could patiently increase his strength. He was a good seedling who traveled the world to increase his strength. Now that he was famous, if he took Lan Feng as his disciple, wouldn't it increase his prestige? When the time came, he would only be more overboard than now. So, any time was suitable. Even at a time like this, it was better to give him the cold shoulder. He wanted him to understand his identity and whether his lies would be exposed one day. What you said does make some sense. After all, it is not good to be so arrogant. Llewellyn smiled and no longer cared about this matter. Then, they walked around the place again. They did not interact with any acquaintances and left directly. They passed by many places and saw the scenery of other states. Wherever they went, they would always be recognized by those who were strong enough. If they were weaker, they would not even be able to see his face clearly and would not be able to recognize them. Chapter 9, 59. But for some reason, he couldn't find Light Shinran anywhere. He'd originally thought that the 9 origin dragons of this world were all in their own places, sleeping peacefully for a long time. So as long as he traveled the world, he would definitely find traces of them. Just like in the land of the extreme north previously, didn't he capture the traces of the Canwater divine dragon? And that was the origin dragon of another divine realm. As the origin of the entire world, how could Light Shinran not exist? If he wasn't here, this world would slowly degenerate in the near future. So Shinran couldn't frequently leave the divine realm it guarded. Master, do you think there's some other hidden reason behind this? For example, Light Shinran's sudden disappearance was due to the shattering of the canopy, although the matter was already in the past. But the sudden appearance of the enormous pupil at the end still made him feel uncomfortable. It was as if an extremely terrifying powerhouse strong enough to destroy the heavenly Tao had set its sights on the world of immortals. Xiantian Senzin couldn't help but stroke the small tuft of beard on his chin. He fell into deep thought. If Light Shinran left for a long time, the entire world of immortals would be in danger of regressing or even being destroyed. But that was a long process. If he couldn't return in a short period of time, and if he couldn't return in a short period of time, then this would happen. In other words, if something really did happen, it was enough for him to bear such a risk, and he had to go. The divine light dragon would then leave its resting place. Perhaps there's still a terrifying threat in the world of immortals that we don't know about. After all, Light Shinran is the true guardian of this world. His departure could only be related to the world of immortals. Although they couldn't find him for now, they could just leave. Senzin was very interested in the Kanshue Shinran that Qin Yu had mentioned. How dare he make such a request to his disciple? How strong must he be to give him such confidence? He actually wanted Qin Yu to improve his strength before going to find him. But so what? Since he ran away again, then he'd give chase. Since he was already here, if he did not pay a price, it would instead be a waste of the keepsake that Song Qing had guarded for generations. As for the dangers they might face in the immortal world, it had nothing to do with them. Since Guangming Shinran had gone to deal with it, there was no need for them to intervene at this time. If a huge disaster happened in one of the god realms, it would more or less affect the other god realms. At the very least, every origin dragon in the divine realm possessed such power. He could sense what was going on in the other divine realms. If they wanted to, they could even make all the changes in several god realms work together. However, this also meant that they were bound together for good or ill. At the very beginning, it was said that it was common. However, some things happened later on. Some of the 9 origin dragons split up, while others split up. As a result, they no longer affected each other. There was even a conflict between light and darkness. Wind and thunder even lived in seclusion. The 5 elements appeared, and the celestial realm reigned supreme. The dark world was a phenomenon that everyone despised. In the end, the changes became more and more obvious, and similar changes also became more and more obvious. This led to the final result. That was, the 9 divine realms did not interfere with each other and did not interfere with each other. They each did their own things, and in the end, there were obvious differences and changes. They came to the water realm of the 5 elements divine realm. There was a vast expanse of water here, but water droplets floated in the air. If one walked through these water droplets, it would be clean. Not only would one not get wet, but one could also, to a certain extent, summon these water droplets to do things for oneself. Even an ordinary person without any cultivation would be able to do this. This was the final change that occurred after countless tens of thousands of years of evolution. It was also the characteristic of the water realm. It's really magical. Xiulan tried to touch these water balls with her hand. She could clearly feel the fluctuations of the water. However, if she took her hand to the side, she could easily remove it without touching a single water droplet. It's just that there are water droplets all over the sky. How can we distinguish the direction? And where should we go? Xiantian Shenzhen slightly squeezed his eyebrows and revealed a smile. A small palm-sized flag suddenly appeared in the middle of the sky. It floated above his palm. As he exerted a little force, the small flag began to shake nonstop. Not long after, a ball of light suddenly bloomed and scattered everywhere. Not long after, a fish ancestor with a huge tail appeared, or a cultivator in cloth clothes. There were even a few fish scales on their faces. Other than that, they were no different from humans. The 3 of them had just arrived. Then, many small fries also arrived. They looked almost the same as them. Instead, the aura on their bodies was weaker. Their faces also tended to be ordinary. Greetings, Venerable One. The fish ancestor personally welcomes the arrival of the Venerable One. Greetings, Supreme Venerable One. 3 extremely powerful auras suddenly appeared. It caused all the large and small forces in the surroundings to be shocked. Feeling the surrounding vibrations, Xiantian Shenzhen's face, which was originally slightly better, immediately darkened. I summoned you here just to let you lead the way for my disciple, who asked you to cause such a big commotion. Originally, it was just a low-key trip, but you had to make such a big scene. The 3 of them were originally overlords, but now they were like children who had made a mistake. However, they were gnashing their teeth in their hearts. Originally, they had been taught a lesson a few days ago. Now that they were suddenly summoned, naturally, they did not dare to disobey. In order to show that they were already convinced and to avoid suffering some physical pain, they had already followed the biggest symptoms and specifications. Who knew that it was because they had caused too much of a commotion that they were disliked. Each of them was angry and nervous. This time, he would not use the previous method to block them in the cave abode and not let them out. Moreover, they would not be able to see anyone for many days. Even this time, they did not know how many treasures they had used to barely recover their appearance. In the end, Xiantian Shenzhen saw that most of the wounds on their faces and bodies had healed. He could not help but be a little surprised. I didn't expect you to have so many good things. In a short period of time, your wounds have mostly healed. Do I have to do it again because of this? The 3 of them felt uneasy. The bad premonition suddenly rose to the highest at that moment. Xiantian Shenzhen did not do anything to them. Chapter 960. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Disciple. What do you think of these people? Although they all look strange and not very pleasing to the eye, they can still be used as practice. If you let them practice with you, you can also take the opportunity to learn their secret skills. Qinyu looked at these people seriously again. Among them, the strongest was the fish ancestor. He had a huge fish tail. that was dozens of meters long. His body could be described as vigorous and healthy. His head was round, his eyes were small, and his facial features were small. He only had a mouth, and he could be considered handsome. His head looked like a fish's head. Next was the ordinary powerhouse in cotton clothes. Of course, he also had many forces under him. The subordinates who came with him were all wearing gray cotton clothes. They looked very low-key and were good at hiding. However, each of them was good. The remaining one was the one with some scales on his face. His bloodline was a little mixed and impure. Obviously, he was a hybrid of some race and another race. There were also some strange guys standing behind him. However, they had one thing in common with him, which was that their bloodlines were mixed and impure. Their strength could be considered good, but compared to the other two, they were a little worse. What do you think? These people are pretty good for practice. Of course, that's all they have. If you think it's inappropriate, just tell them to get lost. Otherwise, keeping a group of people like Wu Yangyang by your side is simply a disaster. They can attract the attention of the entire water world at any time and place. Qin, you nodded under the lizard gaze of the three people. Indeed, as Xiantian Shenzhen said, the appearance of these people would attract a lot of attention. However, if he could arrange it properly, not only could he avoid a series of troubles, but he could also keep a few people for practice. It could also be considered a good thing. Although he did not need so many people to practice now, he could use them to understand the world. It just so happened that he could find out the exact location of the peak of Nanshan Mountain. The three of them had some small forces and were also outstanding. After hearing the words, Peak of Nanshan Mountain, they were slightly stunned. Then, they said that the so-called Peak of Nanshan Mountain was not in the south. Nanshan Mountain was just a name. In fact, it was in the center of the entire water world. There was a huge mountain called Nanshan Mountain there. Therefore, the peak of Nanshan Mountain was very likely to refer to the peak of Nanshan Mountain in the center. However, he did not ask these people, or he did not ask. After coming to the water world, he went directly to the southernmost point Nanshan Mountain. It was impossible to find the so-called peak of Nanshan Mountain. The Kanshui divine dragon could be said to have a good plan. He wanted to play him in circles. However, all of this did not work. The so-called peak of Nanshan Mountain was a legendary place. There were many stories there. It was said that many elders had come from the top of Nanshan Mountain, but not many people knew the specifics. Nevertheless, Nanshan Mountain was that place, Nanshan Mountain, as that was translation. Nanshan, translation, 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 translation. Because that translation, translation, to translation, to translation, translation, to translation, translation. There were Nananshan, Shunran, translation, translation there. Without exception, those who wanted to go up the mountain were either captured or killed on the spot as people with bad intentions. If you want to go in, there is another way to avoid everyone and silently enter the interior. However, this method is a bit risky. The fish ancestor tentatively opened his mouth. Intuition told him that if he could do this, he might be able to get his freedom. Although he had indeed overestimated himself in the past and touched Xiantian Shenzhen's things, he had already turned over a new leaf. Under the circumstances where he did not inquire clearly, he would never touch any powerhouse's things. Otherwise, he would not be able to bear the revenge of a powerhouse. Then he told him the method he knew. This method was indeed risky, and it was not an ordinary danger. It was also a bad idea, but it was a very practical one. If one ignored the various dangers that might be encountered, the feasibility was very high. As long as they disguised themselves as guards, they would be able to enter the peak of Nanshan Mountain before anyone could react. In the end, it would be best to leave a few people behind to watch. They would be able to report in time, before everyone sealed off the mountain. This way, they would be able to go in without bearing great danger. Although they might not be able to achieve their goal, they could still give it a try. It was just that how could they really sneak in and not be easily discovered? This became an extremely complicated matter. In the end, the three of them each made a promise. It was mainly because they sent their own people to sneak in, but they soon became hostile to each other. This was because they said it almost at the same time. Now, everyone could see that if this matter could be handled properly, it would be very difficult to deal with. Not only would their lives not be taken at any time, but they could also be completely free. None of them wanted to try Xiantian Senzen's methods again. Otherwise, they might even lose their lives when the time came. Last time, they still had some things in their hands that could be used to exchange for their lives. This time, they did not even have any bargaining chips that they could take out. Not long after, several sets of clothes were placed in front of Qinyu. These clothes were all uniform, and there were some things that looked like tags next to these clothes. The face of the linen-clothed man, who arrived last, was somewhat ashen. The fish ancestor had spent a lot of effort to get first place. It was almost the same as the other man with fish scales. Just a little bit more, just enough for him to get first place. He could not help but be a little frightened. If he had been just a little bit later, no one would have been able to tell who would have gotten first place. Are you satisfied with this? Damn it, just a little bit more. I'm clearly the one who is most prepared. Several powerhouses and big shots were fighting endlessly over this. Qinyu was a little curious about what Xiantian Senzen had done previously to make them work so hard. In order to achieve the goal of pleasing him, they would do anything. However, since they were unwilling, he did not want to keep these people. He could find a sparring partner wherever he went. To him, these people were nothing more than dispensable existences. Let them leave. Since they all want to leave, then just leave. Xiantian Senzen glanced at the three of them indifferently. He waved his hand and chased them away. Chapter 961. Translator, Endless Fantasy, Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy, Translation No one dared to say anything. They were all overjoyed. Could it be that they could finally leave this place? Then, they heard a voice behind them. It was like a death sentence. Although they already know where we are, it's better to make them disappear from this world in order to avoid revealing our whereabouts. If they go to other major forces for benefits, there will be some trouble. The three of them turned around without hesitation. Compared to freedom, their lives were more important. Moreover, the master and disciple would not stay in the water realm for long. As long as they were careful and did not reveal their whereabouts during this period of time, they would be safe. They would be able to survive until the end. As long as these two fiends, one big and one small, were sent away, their peaceful days would come back. They were all overlords of their own regions. When had they ever been so aggrieved? There was no one to reason with. Even in the water realm, Senzen was an extremely powerful existence. Moreover, the power that Xiantian Senzen had displayed was many times stronger than that of an ordinary prophet. Senzen was invincible in his realm. It was definitely not a joke. The Yu ancestor even took the initiative to bring them to his carriage and moved forward at the fastest speed. The other two did not fight for this job because their carriage was not as comfortable or spacious. Even though they were traveling at high speed, it still took them 2 to 3 days to reach their destination. In the center, there were indeed many big sects and forces. Moreover, there were also many experts. Among them, the Saint Kings would come out for a stroll. The Yu ancestor and the others had to keep a low profile, afraid that their goal would be exposed. One had to know that even the three of them were only Saint Kings at most. Saint Kings walking around meant that experts of Senzen's realm would also occasionally check in. Although the immortal realm was prosperous, the water realm was not bad either. What was different was that the water realm's patriarchs were not in seclusion and had sealed themselves off. They could come out at any time and display their strongest strength. The strongest and youngest of them all, Senzen of the water realm, had just broken through 100 years ago. As soon as he broke through, he attracted the attention of everyone in the water realm. Now, he wasn't in seclusion, just guarding the central plains. Such an expert could appear at any time, and might even capture them. You're keeping a low profile now. They're really a bunch of cowards. Xiantian Senzen had long expected such an outcome, so he was not surprised at all. No matter how low-key they were, this group of experts had swaggered through the streets. For the sake of speed, they didn't hide their tracks at all. As a result, many experts noticed the arrival of this group of people. So many experts have suddenly appeared. The fish ancestor, and even the other two have gathered here from all directions. What is the reason for this? Originally, the three of them were not in the same realm. Instead, they were scattered all around. But because of the Xiantian Senzen's order, they all gathered together, not daring to be the slightest bit negligent. In fact, in order to reach their destination in the shortest time possible, they had used a lot of treasures. That was the only way they could reach their destination in such a short time. This was almost all because they were too timid, so they subconsciously did such a wasteful thing. One had to know that the treasures they had used were all life-saving treasures that they had kept for many years. But now they were used to travel. It was because they gathered quickly in such a short time and headed to the central plains together. They had arrived at the core region of the water realm. This attracted the attention of many people. No one knew why they had come. The various sects didn't discuss it, but they all tacitly sent some people to contact them. We've been walking for a long time now. Why don't we stop and rest here first? Anyway, we're not in a hurry. 1 or 2 days, right? Although they were a little anxious, they were more worried that they wouldn't settle down properly along the way. It wouldn't be good if they were disliked for not being a good host and even caused other trouble. Xiantian Senzen's method was not much different from Qin Yu's method. They both made them swear an oath. They were never to betray him, and they had to listen to his orders. But as long as Xiantian Senzen was not in this divine realm, the power of the contract was negligible. So the three of them couldn't wait to let them go, and they didn't completely accept their fate. Because now they still had some hope. After the master and disciple left, how could they return to their former carefree state? They found a place to settle down, but not long after, the guests suddenly scattered. The new guests who came later more or less had some unique aura on them. No matter how much effort they put in to hide it, there was no way to hide the special aura on them. They were all cultivators, and they weren't weak. From the looks of it, they were orthodox cultivators from various large sections. And there wasn't much malice on them. It was just that their acting was a little too bad, and people couldn't bear to look at them directly. The fish ancestor wanted to pretend that he didn't see it. Qin, you only took a glance at them and remembered their auras. Only then did he continue to settle down. At their current strength, they didn't need to eat, but if there were high-quality spiritual wine and spiritual dishes, even if they ate some, it wouldn't cause any harm to their bodies. Instead, it could satisfy their appetite. If the materials were good enough, it could even increase their cultivation to a certain extent. It could be said that it was the first choice of many people. Now, what was in front of them was expensive spiritual wine and spiritual dishes, and all of them were made with high-quality materials and made by the best chefs. There was almost no waste of energy, and after eating, it would turn into a warm current of air that wandered in the body until it was completely absorbed. but the moment it entered the mouth, one could still taste an extremely fresh and delicious taste. Xuelan just took a small sip in a reserved manner. This was a snow vegetable unique to the entire world. There were crystal clear ice beads on it. The taste was crisp, and there was a hint of sweetness. She couldn't help but pick up some food with her chopsticks and put it on Qinyu's plate. "Try it. It tastes really good." Qinyu looked at the lonely little dish in his bowl, smiled and tasted it, and couldn't help but nod. This scene was seen by all the people around, and they couldn't help but feel a little envious. Most of the cultivators were relatively indifferent. Otherwise, all kinds of selfish desires would expand infinitely, giving rise to many bigots.